Right, what have I done now? I've done something wrong here. Don't know what I've done wrong yet. Bear with me. Bear with me. I know you can hear me, which is fine. Logitech, no. This one, no. This one, yes. I think, I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go, Jonathan. Saw bald eagle, eating baby deer. It was majestic. Jonathan, Jonathan, you sick, sick, sick boy. Hope you're well, John boy. Um, thanks to everyone. Oh, we're gone. Thanks to everyone for joining again. Lovely to have you here. Please remember to say hello in chat. So, as I say that, I can't get stuff on screen, but welcome everyone. Thanks. This is from Sarah P, by the way. Welcome everyone. Thanks for joining. Please hit the like, subscribe, and notification bell on the way in. Um, if you want to become a blue wench and become a member of this lovely community, then click the link, join, or the link that Sarah's got there, or just click the join button. We'd love to have you here. If you want to support the channel, consider donation. Please do. You pay my wages, so any shrapnel is always what do you call it? What do you say? It's never required, but always appreciated. And definitely don't give me a sticker, a super chat, because they take so much money. Give me a PayPal or just a membership, and I'd be happy. Check out the Ultimate Colour merch store. Yeah, got merch there, and also one particular T-shirt on sale for Zach and his appeal. $10 of each sale goes. I think it's $10, might be a little bit more, but around $10. Basically, most of the profit will be going to the Zachariah Fund. Now we got Jonathan in the house. Sarah P is think Sarah's gonna be in and out today, so in, out, shake it all about, do the hokey cokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. Hey, 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 oh, hokey dokey, oh, hokey dokey hokey, oh, hokey hokey dokey, da 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 da, blah blah blah. Left foot in, right foot out, in, out, shake it all about. Do the hokey cokey and turn around. That's what it's all about. I could be a musician. I could be a magician. I could be a musician, a cerddor, a musician. Musician. Jesus, why can't I say it? Anyway, we're here, we're there, we're every bloody way. They're on lunch break at the minute, but that's good. We will start it because, well, we'll start in 2 minutes. There are people here, it's all good, but no one chatting. Not so good. But Jonathan's here, so we've got the wonders of whatever comes out of Jonathan's mouth because we don't know what he's ever going to type into this chat. But what I do know is it'll be entertaining. We love Jonathan in this channel. We appreciate him. Oh, and hopefully your wife enjoyed the anniversary present, John. I hope you got something nice and that she enjoyed it. I think it was the 8-year anniversary or something, wasn't it? Oh, right. One more minute, and we'll just start. Judge is there. Judge. The judge is ready, and once the judge is ready, we'll be ready. Oh no, I've put myself at the bottom. Oh, no, not that one. Put myself at the bottom here, out the way. Put this up top, out the way. I got that. I'll put. Oh, it's all good, Nunya. Hello, Nunya. How are you, my beautiful? Hope you're well. Hope you keep you well. Hope the hand is doing well, Nunya. Hope you're recovering okay. Lovely to see you. Oh, before I forget, I need to tweet on Twitter because I'm useless. Um, I need. Oops, wrong one. I need to put this here. Repost as me. 7. Okay, that's fine. Where's that go there? Um, okay, I need to take that off. Put that there. Oh, so many Twitters here. I love everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. We are doing well, thank you. Good, nice to hear. Noswetha, Emma. Good evening. Is that in Welsh? I need to go from my usual one over to here. Um, repost that one. Okay. No, that's fine. So tweeted it out. We're all good. So Emma's here, Nunia's here, Jonathan was here. Not sure if still here. Sarah was here. Not sure if she's still here. But anyway, let's get going. Let's get going. We know what we're doing, so let's go. And let me know about the audio. See how we do with the audio. Hope the audio does okay. It's hard to balance it. Hey? Yes, please, everyone. Yes, good point, Nunia. Everyone, if well, we'll say this afterwards. Leave a comment afterwards. That does really help. If you like it, and then leave comments that outside the chat. That really helps. Positive comments really help.
It's a cause, let's go.
Correct, Nunia. More interaction, the better. I don't really know what's going on because it's just started here. Well ahead. Yeah, this is the stream, so
Ready? Are you ready?
no, I don't think. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Nancy. Love to see you. No, yeah, I don't think we got opposing view. I think that it's a split. I think in here, and I'm still on the fence about it. I see it both sides. Yeah, the victim. I mean, I'm a little bit like, whoa, I'm not sure anymore. But I don't think it's as bad as what was made out. I still think it was not nice to lock him away, but he didn't seem that, I don't know. He seemed okay with it all. He knew that he'd done wrong, so.
You're ready? We go? Okay. Did you want to throw your blanket on there and make your bed nice? Are those dirty clothes? Okay. So put whatever you need to put in here. Put your dirty ones and dirty ones. In the bathroom.
No, I agree, Nunia. I agree, Nunia.
Yeah. So this needs to be right here. Got it? Yep. Okay. Do that a little bit.
I understand why we don't see it, but it's hard to get context. That sounded normal, that interaction just now. I don't agree that he had to go to the toilet in the bucket, but I think that was below the belt. Some is fine, having a special child prison is. Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Suppose you're doing homework on here, huh? The whole time, the last couple hours? Suppose homework, right? Any games? Are you blocking it so you can't try to be like on the camera? Are you doing that? Strategically? Let's go. Will you lie? You be in there? Let's go.
Yeah. Okay, Jonathan. Good point. Mm. No. Yeah, he's trying to block the cameras or something, wasn't he?
Go, this stuff's out of here. Look at that.
Can put that on pause, please?
Okay. Something sidebar here. Oh, a lot of healthy coping mechanisms need reinforced for children as they pick up on it. Yeah, I agree. Old enough to know giving alcohol. Yeah, there's the giving alcohol to a toddler. That was, he was wrong. But I'm trying to like be in the middle here a bit. Like the two wrongs doesn't make a right either. I still don't like that he was locked in there all night. Locked from the outside. What if there was a fire? What if he got ill? You know, and to have to like use that bucket, I don't agree with either. Yeah, but I think that's different though, Jonathan. Do you know what I mean? That's fine. Aces. What's aces? I don't quite understand what aces is. What's ace? I don't understand what aces mean. Definitely don't give them a drink. Yeah, for sure. How can he keep everyone? I think that might say safe, Dunya, and sleep. Okay,
Sorry,
I'm
Ms.
with you.
Blackie.
I'm with you. Um, Dunya, I think there's a way of probably doing it in the sense of trying to build it with a bathroom to start off with. If you're gonna put them in a room, then make sure they've got access to a bathroom. Just, I just think that's for me that's basic, a basic right for a child. And in terms of them being there, put something together. I don't know. You have to have checks because children do go ill in the middle of the night. What if something really bad happened to him? Um, there has to be some sort of safety mechanism in place. I don't think there was, except for cameras, and you're not going to check the cameras all the time. You can't put an alarm on there because you're just going to smash the alarm. So there's no easy answer, but I don't know. Don't know. Oh, Jonathan, yeah. The only problem here is I think he would move probably every couple of minutes if there's a fire. Yeah, that's all my only issue on it, to be quite honest with you. It's those couple of things: toilet and fire, and health. Also, if he took if he had a dump and he's got to sit there for like 10 hours with that in the room, that's not healthy. That's not nice. Do you know what I mean? So there's little things like that I just don't.
Now publishing January 7th, 2022.
They're a bit inhumane like that, I think. But then I do understand you can't not have a lock of sorts. Lol, Jonathan. Uh, but then he explains that if they're both accidents playing about, I think, Nunya, from what I understand, the state also got clarification. It was just like he was pushing the baby on the bike, on the child on the bike, and he fell. He tripped over and fell. So, I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to, the kid's obviously intelligent, probably too intelligent. Um, but he's also a little bit dangerous as well. So I don't remember. I don't quite remember it like that. Um, if I'm being honest with you, yeah. I think they clarified that it was a pure accident. With the bike anyway, and he admitted, yeah, with the drinking and stuff, that was just wrong, So, and I don't remember the second proper time, so you could well be right there. But the first one with the bike, he said he was pushing, and the baby brother was so happy, laughing, and then he just tripped and came off the bike, and that's happened to normal people. Maybe he was going too far. I don't know. So I'm just trying to be like devil's advocate a little bit here, So I don't have a thought one way or the other yet, to be quite honest with you.
Morning. Good morning. Okay, let me get you your clothes. Here's your food. Get going. Okay. Grab your clothes. It is dirty.
Hmm. He did, yeah. But he told the state
Eat.
that
Order.
the
Get
kid
back.
was having fun, So I'll be honest with you, that one, I don't read too much into that one, if I'm being honest. Why is she taking pictures in the court? I don't get why. Yeah, it's all good, and yeah. I just say that he backtracked a little bit with the state. The same with the cutter and stuff. It was something else, and yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think I think that it worries me more that he was going to give alcohol to the child, and it, yeah, I don't know. There's a few other things
Where's
that
your food? Give
worry
me
me.
your food. Roll that like the other ones.
I do think though his testimony was pretty good for the defense. I think it was good for the defense overall, more than the state. I think personally, but then you know,
Alright, take your stuff together. Where are those? Oh, in here. There's that. Okay.
only to be fair, I don't think they made much of a difference. But
You got your stuff? Yes, you get some.
I think your view isn't different. There's a 50-50 split here, none here. 100%. There's 50-50, I would say. Well, maybe not. Maybe 60-40 that he's still guilty. A lot of people are very much that. Well, not a lot of people, but a few were like, well, maybe not quite guilty anymore.
Say hi, Ryan.
I think the majority is still guilty, based and with similar opinions of what you said, Nunya. And I'm just being,
No, let's go. We're gonna go do that. No, it's not there. He's gonna eat.
oh,
Let's go.
and I'm just trying to be devil's advocate as well.
Let's go.
Again, I don't know. It's one of these things, though, Nunya. Do you know what I mean? How many times I've told my nieces sometimes stop, stop, and then something happens. It's But again, I'm just trying to be devil's advocate with it as well. So parmesan, garlic, and herb pita chips are yummy, nummy. It's a tough one, I think. This case, it's gonna be a tough one. Yeah, I think it all comes down to the jury instructions. The the beagle approved. Don't. But this one can eat anything just about. Some dogs are like that though, Jonathan, aren't they? You give them stuff and they eat it. It's healthy, I think.
So that's the way to bring your dishes down.
I would agree with to child neglect with 30 years in prison. I think there's a couple that would probably be the same with you. I don't think to be honest, I don't think I would be. I think I could be with a child neglect. I'm not sure about 30 years in prison. I agree with the prison so far, but potentially, I don't agree with 30 years. Monitor. Oh, sorry, Dunya. Do you know what it is? Sorry, Dunya. Do you know what it is? I actually agree with you. You know the heart, the red heart there. So it read to me as I would agree to child neglect with 30 years in prison. I couldn't see the knot until, until the chat went up. Uh, that's where I saw the knot. So yeah, I'm with you actually. I'm with you. I'm still a bit on the fence, but I'm leaning more towards where you are as well, but not with 30 years. We're a high five, air high five on the air. I was like, I don't agree with 30 years on the air, but you don't either, so that's fine. I think we're probably on the same page. I thought that's a bit harsh, isn't it? That red heart is a bloody nightmare on the screen because you always miss that one word.
Yes. Good night. Wear your shoes. Is your dirty socks? Yes. Your shoes out there. Let's just start making a bed over there, okay? Okay. Good night.
Now publishing January 8th, 2022.
Jerry?
Oh, hang on. I saw this now going. Are you reading mine? Are you not reading mine for membership ran out yesterday? No, do you know what? I'm not on live chat. Hang on. I'm on top chat. I don't know. It's fine that you're not a member. I wouldn't. What have I missed from you now? Ace. Right, Ace. Ace is adverse childhood experiences. Okay, I didn't know that. I'd never heard of it before, to be quite honest with you. She's not even speaking to him like a human child. Agreed. It's like a baby, really, isn't she? Are you not reading mine? No! No, Emma, I'm not. Guys, I read messages whether you remember or not. I just wasn't on live chat, so I might have missed a couple. Genuinely, I don't. Genuinely, I wasn't deliberately missing you or anything like that. I would never do that to anybody. Um, and don't worry about being a member, Emma. It's all good. I know I wrote it in the Discord and stuff like that, but I'm not a dickhead. Do you know what I mean? I appreciate the fact that you're here. You know, so it's all good. I was literally wasn't ignoring you at all. I can't catch every message, but I always try to read them out. Jesus, I feel bad now. The only one I ignore is Jonathan sometimes because I'm like, I don't know what the hell he's on about. And do you know what's bad as well? This is why I'm not sure about this place, right? On StreamYard, I can flash it. Do you know what I mean? I can put your message up there. Where here, I can't put the messages up on screen. I love you again. Thank you. Thank you. Woof! I can't lose my lady from Newport. This is Newport, Newport. Where's Anthony from Brecon? Not seen Anthony today. Dee, 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 dee.
Here's that ready for you. Father, come around. Here they come. Here they come. Congratulations, Nola. Good job, Nola.
I get why we're not seeing this, but still, seeing something gives you different context as well, doesn't it? You know, so it's a shame they couldn't like um cover his face or something.
What are you doing? What? You want to eat dinner? Yeah. Okay. Let's eat dinner. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Okay. Thank you, Mama, for bringing me dinner. Yeah, I'm hungry. Yeah, that'll be great. Thank you.
Never stand this judge's decision to show the jury, but not depicted evidence that isn't gory. No, I agree with you. Now, I get why we don't get to see this bit because um, it obviously involves the minor, the victim. But there's a lot of stuff that we could have seen, I think. It's not the worst abuse, but I struggle with where you draw the line with professional support or self support. yes, a weird one. Yeah, I agree. It is where the line is. I think, yeah, I don't disagree with you, Emma. I mean, I don't think some of it's been too bad, but I definitely don't think what we've heard so far is anywhere near the 30 years. I think he's safe that he's not going to get 30 years unless we get something else out here. I don't know, but
6:30? You walk out back. Yeah. Back and forth. Yeah. What? Yeah.
do you think they needed professional help for the family, but being there and done that gives one a different perspective? Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't think this case is as open and shut as maybe what everyone thought at the start of this. You know, I still don't think that they believe they've done anything wrong. The, I think the jury are going to struggle with this one. We never locked our child up, but every day was
Now
a
publishing
struggle.
January 9th, 2022.
No one would watch him for us. Yeah, that's tough then, Nunya, do you know what I mean? That is tough. I don't judge them too harshly.
Here's your food, and you grab some clothes for sure, and make your bed.
She probably is, Emma. She probably is. But I also think that they are trying to help him out, do you know what I mean? I just don't know what the jury are going to go with because of his actions, that's right. I also had to go to jail because of his actions, that's right. Yeah, I can't resemble what you've been through, Nunya, so you're better placed than most of us or all of us in terms of what they've probably gone through. And I don't think it's as bad as what we were made out or we were told. Do you know what I mean? So just a couple of inhumane things, I think. Like Jonathan said earlier on, you know, we've all had probably all of us here in the chat's had a slap in the ass. Um, so is that a bad thing? You know, didn't because my mum never did crap on a third story window when I was 4, thinking of Spider-Man. Jonathan, I can imagine that as well. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did say that. Yes, doing nothing with the children would be terrible. Yeah. Why adopt? Well, I suppose they're trying to help out.
Here, let's go brush your teeth. Dirty stuff.
just find this weird. The woman behind the mother is taking pictures with her phone and stuff. That's what I don't really get.
My cars, you're gonna have no cars for that time. Come on, Bears.
But I don't have it.
Come on.
I'm the man in those.
No, come on, maybe later. Hey, Bears, let's go. Go, go, go. We're gonna get back time. I'll get your cars from your room. Okay, man. We gotta go.
No, Aaron.
No.
No, Aaron.
Bears, let's go. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh, no. You have no cars. You have no cars. Oh, no. Turn off the light. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Here goes Mary. Here goes Fiona. We're gonna have no cars then.
When humble.
No, we're gonna have cars. Lights are gonna be turned off in a second. Turn off. Wait, let's go. Right here. Let's go, Pierce. Let's go. Go get your cars. You're gonna sit here. I want to see the screen for the camera. No pocket. Don't try to be tricky. Okay. Need a chair? Yes. Did I give you that book? Yeah. These are good. Mm-hmm. Information about the world. Put that on your desk. Right. Corner there. Okay.
I also believe there's only 6 jurors as well, and 3 alternates,
Holocaust.
not 12.
No, I have to just. You have to watch it? No, I have to like move the things. Okay. No. we doing in the trouble?
Looking at it.
To what?
Nice.
What's a bowling hat on? What's all this stuff? Huh?
It's nothing.
So what were you just saying?
You're here.
Huh? Step aside. Are you doing anything you shouldn't have done?
No.
Playing any games?
No.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sit there. We'll put the air on.
Mama did.
Sit right here. Sure?
Yeah.
Tell me now. What were you doing?
I was logging back in.
So you've not been at the thing the whole time?
No. I closed Chrome and it kicked me out
Why'd you close Chrome?
because I was closing out stuff.
What stuff?
All the things at the bottom.
You can waste my time. Go back to search stuff. I'll find it. School will find it, or I'll eventually spend time to find it. But I don't want to waste my time searching what you've already been doing. Have you been doing anything you shouldn't have done?
No. Holocaust and stuff.
Huh?
Holocaust, math.
What were you doing on it tonight?
That was personal. Doesn't matter.
You supposed to do that?
Well, it's loud. Everyone can have it.
I think it's loud.
It's allowed.
Oh,
Like, it's
wow.
not restricted.
Okay. Who's gonna snap away?
US studio.
Why?
Because I was trying to get back to the portal.
You don't click on something by accident. By accident. You're very deliberate when you do it. So what I can do is bring this to your IT people tomorrow at school, because it's a suspicious activity reporting app. I'll let them know that something's happening there with this. Should I do that?
I pressed, when you go to the new tab, I pressed SPBC bookmarks at the top, and it led me there. And then I realized the wrong thing, so I clicked on the other one, the portal.
Now it actually routes your tip report appropriately. Here's this one.
don't know what they're up to. That's what's hard about this. We don't know what they're doing, what they're watching, what they're seeing, what. And anyone that's just joined us, they were showing the surveillance video of the victim with the parents. This is the mother. The father's on the trial. We're not allowed to see it because he's a minor, so we can only speculate essentially.
He said he was done with his homework, but he was still on his computer because it's something to do.
What were you searching?
This customization thing.
What?
Customization thing.
You're supposed to be doing that on your Chromebook?
Restricted, does that mean you should take $10?
You know.
Right.
So you finished all your homework?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, alright, take the Chromebook then. Take it. So you say you're searching customization?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you go to the bathroom real quick? I'll walk with it.
Did you get, hey Ben, did you, is it email open? Is school email open?
Anything else for him? Did you turn the air on for him?
I did, yes.
Okay.
There, I'll give him that. There you go. Sleeping any better? A little bit?
Oh, yeah, I don't.
You can't tell.
Okay. I'll see tonight, but I don't think I'm sleeping that much better.
Right?
Yeah.
Good. That's a blessing, right?
Yeah.
Alright, good night.
Yeah. You turned the light on? Okay, there, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Now publishing January 10th, 2022.
Ready? Let's go. Should make your bed.
Ms. Black, are we at a stopping off point for a 10-minute break?
I'm sorry.
Let's pause it. Let me go ahead and take a 10-minute break now.
So,
All right, so ladies and gentlemen,
10-minute break, but we'll skip it. We were discussing this yesterday, Sally. But I think it's just because, yeah, you got it basically. You've answered it. Um, she's entitled to be there. as, as crap as that sounds. Um, they're both on bail. Hi, Katie. Both on bail. Husband and wife. They don't testify against each other. And to be fair, it makes sense. Because she gets to see how this goes. Her lawyers are probably there as well, I imagine. So yeah, there we are. But yeah,
So later hours when it's 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, or 8 o'clock, it converts because it's
didn't even click. Shelley, I've not seen you for it seems like months now, Shelley. So nice to see you, Shelley.
5 hours ahead.
so it's still correct. So you'll deal with that in closing arguments and explain it if that's something that needs to be explained. But you concur with that explanation, Mr. Wahid? I do know that that's the explanation. But you don't know? Okay, all right, so if that's something that either side wants to address in closing arguments, you can do it. It doesn't sound to me like it's a problem with the evidence per se, and it's not even a problem that it's not representing what it purports to represent. It sounds like to me now you just have to explain to them that it's the UTC time. All right, so all sides ready to continue?
It shows UTC and Eastern time. It shows both on the screen.
All right, and for those individuals that just walked in prior to my last announcement, you're supposed to, I made an announcement that unless you're an attorney, a member of the press, or a member of either the state or the defense's legal team, all electronics are to be turned off at this point because I've been advised of instances of people taking photographs with their phones. And so because of that, I'm going to now have to invoke the rule that nobody have their electronics on except for the people that I've authorized. All right, so with that, everybody ready for the jury to be brought back out?
Because that girl with the whole
Right, Mark, you may
taking
bring them out.
photos. Like, it's so stupid, but this is, this case, it's so much closer than what I think people think it is, because even in this chat, I think it's split whether
All rise.
people feel that he's guilty or not. I think she's probably a member of the law team. I imagine that tall guy is her solicitor attorney, and she's probably part of it somehow.
All right, everyone may be seated.
So maybe she's
Ms.
allowed
Black, you may
to. I
proceed
don't
with
know.
continued publishing.
And just for the record, the state is still publishing State's Exhibit 17, and we are on January 10th, 2022.
And Ms. Black, just let them know about the UTC time. I think now's an appropriate time to let them know so they can process it contemporaneous to seeing it.
So before
Yeah, I
every
agree,
snapshot,
Katie.
there
I agree.
is what's the UTC time, which is 5 hours ahead of what the Eastern time is. So on the bottom, you will see the Eastern time, and then on top, you may see that it may be ahead a day, but that's just because of the timing. This is the time zone. This is still the same day.
Okay. All right, you may continue then.
So try to get your socks, get your clothes. Let's go through there.
Yeah.
Your shoes, where's your desk?
Over.
They're doing work in here, so you can't go in there. Just grab your stuff, go out the car. Where are your shoes?
Girls in the shop.
Okay, I'll go get them. Get your in there. This is dirty. Okay, go from the garage.
you put that on pause, Ms. White? Let me have council approach, please.
Oh, what are they talking about now? Hi, unicorn. I love having a unicorn here. Unicorn speaks sense as well. I'm not saying no one else speaks sense, but hmm. No, do you know what? Nothing's happened, unicorn. I'll tell you why. Because we can't see anything. We can only hear some stuff. But Emma made a good point that the mother
All right, you may
speaks to
continue with
him,
the publishing.
like a child sometimes. But that's about it, I think. We don't see anything, so it's hard to get a grasp of what's going on. So in a way, it's quite boring right now.
You want to take this thing to the next level? Let's do it. Let's do it in 4-2. Let's do it in 4-2. Let's go.
As I say that happens. What the hell was that? What's going on? Yeah, it was a bit intense. After I said nothing's been boring, that happens. So I think it's you, Unicorn. You come back and the sass level goes up. Jeez, that was a bit of a shock. I didn't expect that. It's been so quiet. Well, literally, we've been streaming for an hour now. I need more content, though. I know. We need more content. This is just. Don't even know what that was about. Well. Ugh. I'm not sure how I feel, though, about. Yeah, thanks, Unicorn. 6 jurors instead of 12. Is that better? Is that worse? What? I don't know. 6 jurors, 3 alternates is what I read it to be. I think 3 men, 3 women. And one of them was going on a flight. Yeah, I mean, there is that. Yeah, there's that. He's doing an experiment. I mean, I can laugh because it's done now, so. Yeah, that bit as well.
Your pajamas. Here's a stuff you can do. Go to pajamas. You hear me? What are you doing? Why can't you talk?
I agree, Unicorn. I agree. Because it's really difficult to judge this. You know, even though he shouted earlier on, but we don't know what the hell the kid was doing. Do you know what I mean? He might be sticking a knife into the outlet. He's like, shut, stop. Do you know what I mean? You'd lose your head with him if that was the case. We just don't know. There's no context to it. We just don't know anything. But I also understand why we're not seeing it because he's a minor, so it's fair. But yeah, what he was doing, yes. Give some verbal context then. Do you know what I mean? Taking apart electronics, you'll have to pay for. I know. Well, they were saying earlier on about how he was about to get a computer because he's been behaving, and then he did something, and they said no more computers, no more treats, no more nothing. But what did he do? We don't know. Was it then that he gave the beer to the baby, the 4-year-old? I have no idea. I mean, if you're gonna give beer to a 4-year-old, obviously you're gonna lose your head and shout. Come on and let it shout, do 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 shout, do 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 shout. Come on now, shouting everywhere we go now. So some shouting level is justified. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you, Nunya. This is why we're in agreement. Context. Yeah, no, I got what you mean. I got what you mean.
Trading? Alright, this, yeah. It wasn't very longer?
Oh,
Yeah. Both of those. The line, yeah. Back. 30? 30.
everyone shouted. You know, every parent has shouted. Even I've shouted sometimes when they've done something. Oh my days.
You're selling those wipes for your face? I don't know where they are. Maybe not.
Any unicorn from Emma. I don't really care about cutting out sugar and giving him a diet he wants either. Yeah. Some of it could have reasons for, but there just seems so much that has no reasons to it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I would say I'm definite for is it's not as bad as what I thought it would be or what I'm led to believe it would be. It's not to say it's good either, but I thought it was a slam dunk, like they're done for. But now I don't believe it is. That's not to say I wouldn't find him guilty. Just I see reason, just not extreme extent. Yeah, that's what we. That's why the whole jury instruction is going to be so important about the definition of um, well, of everything really. So we'll have to wait for that really, I think. I can see. But I still stand by it. I can see guilty, but I can't see 30 years. I still stand by that. So far, anyway. I can't see you go to prison for 30 years.
That the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I can't see him going to prison.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may begin at your convenience.
Morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Wade Cooper Myers, MD.
What's your occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist, and I am also a child psychiatrist and a forensic psychiatrist, and I'm a professor of psychiatry at Brown University in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're a medical doctor.
Yes.
Take us a little bit through your educational background.
I went to undergraduate college at Stetson University in DeLand, Florida, and I got a degree in biology.
What I mean, Katie, is I'm not saying that he's guilty or not guilty. I'm saying that if he was found guilty, then I can see a little bit of prison time, but there's no way I can see him having 30 years if he is found guilty. Now, he may not be found guilty. We've not even seen the evidence yet. But if he was to be found guilty, no way, unless something comes out, that he's going to get 30 years. He'll get something, but he won't get 30 years. No chance.
Biology. Then I went to medical school at Temple University in Philadelphia, where I got my MD degree.
Hang on, I can
Then I
put
went
it
to
up.
the University of Florida. Well, actually, before that, I did 1 year of general surgery at
Yeah, so
University
that's what
of
I meant,
South
Katie.
Florida.
I don't even know if he's
in
guilty
Tampa,
yet. Do you know what I mean?
and then I switched over to psychiatry training, and I went to University of Florida in Gainesville, where I did a general psychiatry residency to become a psychiatrist, and then I did extra training in child and adolescent psychiatry, which was a 2-year fellowship there as well. And also I did a 1-year training program in forensic.
No, it is between 30 and 35, Nunya, that he is looking at. I think it's 35 max, but everywhere's saying 30. But you were spot on. Good guess.
Psychiatry also at the University of Florida.
What's the difference between general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry?
Here we are then.
Like, what is forensic psychiatry?
Well, general psychiatry is more involved in the diagnosis and treatment of mental disorders. Forensic psychiatry is helping out the legal system in any way in which mental illness and the law may come together. So it could be criminal matters like the insanity defense. It could be child custody cases. It could be malpractice cases where you would opine on someone's medical care or psychiatric care of a patient. The broad array of things in
Jonathan, put in Discord. Put in Discord, Jonathan.
forensic psychiatry.
Sir, can you pull the mic up a little closer to you, please?
Yes,
After you finish your fellowship at the University of Florida, and are you licensed in Florida?
I am, yes.
And what about Rhode Island?
Yes, I'm also licensed in Rhode Island.
Now, you mentioned that you're currently a professor at Brown University. What did you do in between that fellowship at the University of Florida and then going to Brown?
I was on the faculty at University of Florida for, I'm going to say about 15 years, 10 or 15 years, where I became a associate professor. Then I went to the University of South Florida, and I went there really to start a forensic psychiatry fellowship program, which we did. I was there at the University of South Florida for about 5 years. I was a professor there. And then for the last 14 years, I've been at Brown University, also where I was recruited to go up and to build a forensic psychiatry program.
Do you treat patients?
I do, yes.
And you said that one of your areas is child psychiatry. So are predominantly your patients children?
Yes, most of my patients are children. I also treat adults with a variety of mental conditions.
Now, as a professor, are you involved in teaching in the areas that we talk about?
I am, yes.
Tell us what you, broadly, what that means you do as far as the teaching responsibilities.
I give some lectures to students more in a lecture format, but a lot of my teaching is clinical instruction. And for instance, we have forensic psychiatry fellows who come and work with our faculty for a year in a training program. They become trained in forensic psychiatry. So they'll do cases with us, different types of cases. And then also we give them seminars every week, as well as they'll go to a law school class for a semester one afternoon a week. We participate in that as well with them.
So sorry to interrupt. Do you do any academic research or publish in areas of child psychiatry or forensic psychiatry?
Yes, I have regularly been involved in research during my career.
And peer-reviewed scientific publications, that's what we're talking about?
Yes.
Now, as part of your work, do you also sometimes get involved to give an expert opinion in legal cases?
I do, yes.
Does that include in criminal cases?
It does.
Have you testified here in Palm Beach County before in criminal cases?
Yes, I have. I believe on at least several occasions.
And is that true in other places around the country as well?
Yes.
And so you've offered your expert opinion on topics involving psychiatry in places around the country. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is.
Now, did I reach out to you in this case to see if you could assist us in providing an expert opinion?
Yes, you did.
And did you agree to be involved and to review some of the items in this case?
Yes.
As part of that, did you review the witness statements that were given by the Ronan Ferriter and his sister, Fiona Ferriter?
Yes, I did.
And did you also have the opportunity to review their depositions?
Yes.
What about police reports? Did you have the opportunity to review some of the police reports and forensic evaluations done of the children in this case?
I did.
Did you also have the opportunity to review some of the videos that were captured from the Ring camera in this case?
I did, yes. I believe I reviewed in the neighborhood of 40 videos.
Now, did you also review some school records related to the child in this case, as well as some prior treatment records by other providers?
Yes, I did.
Now, I wanted to, based on your review of all of the documentation in this case, of the documentation that you reviewed in this case, were you able to reach a professional opinion as to whether or not the treatment that Ronan Ferriter received from his parents in this case was harmful?
Yes, I did. I felt it was severely harmful and very psychologically damaging to Ronan.
And why is that?
It was a long-standing pattern of harsh, cruel, and demeaning actions toward this child, as well as close to 3 years of essentially solitary confinement when he was not in school, as well as really sadistic punishments while he was locked away in the room. For instance, withholding meals if he misbehaved, taking his one book away as punishment, which is the one thing he had to do in the room towards the end, turning the lights out to punishment as punishment. And in fact, he talked about being afraid of the dark. And when the lights would go off when he was being punished, he would pull the sheet over his head and really feel terror.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment of a child by the parents is malicious?
It's malicious, it's cruel, there's really...
Overruled.
You can go ahead. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not this type of treatment is malicious?
Yes, my opinion is it's malicious, it's cruel. I can't think of any other way to describe it more accurately.
Now, even in cases where this punishment may be in response to maybe a negative or unwanted behavior of a child, is that change at all your opinion? If the child did something wrong and then the parent, this is how they are punishing them, does that change your opinion on whether or not this type of action by the defendants is malicious and cruel?
No, there's no set of circumstances concerning a child's behavior that would justify this sort of really torturous behavior.
Would this type of behavior as punishment or as a punitive measure, or would it result in a positive behavior modification by the child?
No, if I was asked that in a theoretical way, I would predict this sort of behavior to cause the child's reactions, the behavior, their psychological state to deteriorate even further.
And what kind of behaviors might you see as a result of that, hypothetically, in a child who is subjected to this type of behavior, this type of treatment?
It could go in a whole lot of directions that we see in children who are abused, children psychologically, emotionally abused, neglected, but it can go from depression and anxiety to self-injury, where they maybe even start cutting themselves, to trying to commit suicide, to aggression, to headbanging, to problems with peers, problems with concentration, nightmares, sleep disturbances. The list is very long in abused children, how different children manifest the signs of abuse.
Could it result in an increase of the type of behavior that is that the parent considers bad or inappropriate?
Yes, it can cause the child to have a irritable mood. They can become aggressive with their peers. They can become aggressive with family members. Yes, they can try to. They may often will try to run away.
Now, is there any justification or possibility of a positive result from this type of punishment of a child, this type of treatment?
No.
Now, what can you tell us about the type of psychological impact this type of treatment can have?
Again, it's a long list, but do you want me to kind of focus more
broadly
on Ronan, or?
I want you to say broadly first, and then we'll talk more specifically.
So it can have, in general, it can cause more internalizing symptoms where the child will become depressed or withdrawn or isolating of themselves from others, or it can go the other way, externalizing, where they might start acting out, running away, being aggressive. It can affect their schoolwork, where they can't concentrate, their grades start going down. It can cause a lot of problems with them being able to interact positively and in a good way socially with their peers. They may have problems on the playground. They may have problems with even just following the general rules of the school, whatever that might be.
Now, concentrating on kind of some of the videos that you were able to see of his reactions in the room. Anything about that you think was indicative of a psychological impact on the victim while he's in the room?
Yes, it's consistent with a child who has post-traumatic stress disorder. There was, when the parent, his father would come in the room and approach him, he would stiffen up, he would lower his head, you could barely hear his speech when he did talk, and he seemed to be in a very high state of fear. But that tenseness is though the adrenaline's flowing, and he's afraid of another abusive episode occurring or being harmed, or he said he was even afraid of being killed.
Now, this type of treatment of a child, can it stunt their intellectual growth?
Yes, it can.
Can it stunt their psychological growth?
It can, yes.
Is there a reasonable likelihood when a person engages in this type of behavior towards a child that there is going to be psychological injury or mental injury as a result?
You said, is
there a likelihood?
Yes, there is a substantial likelihood.
Now, in this case, did you see, based on the evidence that you were able to review, is there a pattern of isolation of the child?
Yes, it's he for nearly 3 years was isolated in the cell for the better part of each day. As far as hours, it sounds like when he wasn't at school, let's say he's at school for 8 hours, he's then in the box for 14, 16 hours a day.
Now,
on a daily basis, so a very much established pattern.
Did you, and I think you say isolation, is it fair to say that there was also a pattern of confinement here of the child?
Yes, they're essentially one and the same in this case, it would seem.
Were you able to observe a pattern of a deprivation of the child?
Yes, there was emotional deprivation, there was physical deprivation, there was intellectual or cognitive deprivation, where he wasn't really provided much in the way of anything to stimulate his mind or to entertain himself. I mean,
is isolation, confinement, and deprivation considered an acceptable way to punish a child?
No, it's not. It would be counter-therapeutic to disciplining a child. But we're not talking about a 5-year-old who might have a temper tantrum and you want to give them a timeout for 5 minutes in their room. I mean, that's something. Timeouts are an accepted form of discipline.
So does it make a difference, in your opinion, the duration of the isolation, confinement, and duration and deprivation?
Oh, it's a huge difference, sure. If it's a short duration for younger children, it can be appropriate. But again, I'm talking in terms of minutes, not hours. But in terms of doing it every day, day after day, for most of the day, there's just no comparison to say a short timeout with a younger child.
And even just looking at the time frame that happened in Florida, those 5 to 6 weeks, that amount of time frame, is that harmful?
Yes, undoubtedly it would be for about any child, I'm sure.
Now, would you consider, or would it be correct to characterize what the treatment that he was subjected to as solitary confinement?
Yes.
Is solitary confinement within the psychological and psychiatric and medical community, is that something that is considered appropriate for a child?
No, and in fact, years ago, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which I'm a member of, came out with a statement strongly arguing against children, even in juvenile detention centers, having solitary confinement because it's detrimental psychological impacts.
Is it considered damaging to brain development of a child?
It is, yes. That's another aspect of it, is that it can cause literally changes to one's brain structure.
Now, even within the setting of a criminal justice system where it might be part of a child subjected to that in the criminal justice system, is it acceptable for them to be in long-term solitary confinement?
No, it is not.
Even in those circumstances of a criminal justice system, is a child, when confined to a cell, given access to water and facilities to relieve themselves?
Well, yes, it would be very different. There's a bed in the room, there's a toilet, there's a sink where they always have access to water, so they wouldn't be subject to a dehydration. For instance, there's officers where they can always call out to somebody if they need something. There's lighting. It would never be pitch black in a juvenile detention center, so they would not be subjected to that sort of sensory deprivation of being in a totally dark room for hours at a time. And they're served meals. There wouldn't be any holding back of meals as some sort of punishment for a child into the detention center.
Now, discussing the isolation specifically, is there a detrimental impact to a child to be socially and physically isolated the way that Ronan Ferriter was from the rest of the family?
I'm sorry.
Is there a negative impact associated with the social and physical isolation?
Well, that's part of the trauma of this, is that he's kept from having a normal family environment where he comes out and is socializing with his peers and spending time with his parents and doing things together and having fun and just having a normal family experience. He's segregated as soon as he gets home, and the children all know he's in the box. But it's giving him the message that you're not valued, you're unloved, you're not important, you're not part of this family, you're being rejected.
Is it sending a message that he fundamentally is bad?
Yes, and that you're right, and that you're bad. You're not able to be part of this family because you're bad.
Now, during the course of reviewing the evidence in this case, did you become aware of whether or not his confinement in the structure in the garage was absolute? Was it at all times?
With infrequent exceptions, yes. I mean, he did occasionally have some after-school activities, as I understand, more so I think in Arizona than when he got to Florida, where he might be allowed to run track or do some track at school.
And he went to school?
Yes.
You saw that. And did you find that there were some also infrequent examples of when he was allowed to interact with the family?
Yes, he went to, for instance, siblings' softball practices. They did go out I think they went out to dinner a few times.
Does the isolation and confinement and deprivation, does it have to be absolute, like at all times, in order for it to be harmful?
No, it doesn't, no.
In reaching your opinion that the conduct that this defendant engaged in towards his son was harmful and was malicious and cruel, did you take into consideration the fact that there were occasions where he wasn't in the room?
I did, yes.
Now, I want to talk...
It's the totality of it, that he's literally, for 3 years, spending most of his life, the majority of it, in solitary confinement with very little stimulation and interaction when he is in there.
Now, I want to talk for a second about sensory deprivation, which I think you mentioned. What is sensory deprivation?
It's a lack of any kind of external stimuli, really, that is so important to adolescent development, like being able to go out and play with your peers or your friends after school, or ride a bike around the neighborhood, or throw a baseball, or come out and eat dinner with your family, or have some things to play with, like a computer or an iPad, or games, or Legos, or something to do to occupy your mind.
Now, What kind of impact can that type of sensory deprivation have?
Well, in extreme cases, children can literally become psychotic and lose contact with reality, but it very predictably causes severe psychological problems, again, like depression or repetitive behaviors like self-injury or self-stimulation behaviors that somehow you start doing things to stimulate yourself because you need something to occupy your mind after a while when you're in a locked room with nothing to do hour after hour after hour.
Now, what about being in the dark? How does that impact someone? I mean, is that bad?
In general, it would be frightening for, I believe, any child to be locked in a room and have the lights totally turned out. But even more so when that happens and you know you're going to be in that room with little or no ability to contact anybody if something bad happens. I mean, you can't even come out and use the bathroom. You have to find your way to a bucket in a dark room I guess it's in the corner, and try to figure out how to go to the bathroom in the dark in a bucket. And then you're going to be with that bucket for the remainder of the night, depending on what time you use the bucket.
Is that type of forced sensory deprivation, being forced to sit in the dark and have no control over the light, is that harmful?
Yes, it's a form of psychological trauma. It's really a form of torture to do that to a child.
Now, you mentioned the bucket. I want to talk a little bit about that. What kind of impact or how can that be perceived by a child who is forced to use that as a way in which to relieve themselves?
It's mean, it's degrading, it's unsanitary, it's extremely unpleasant at least to have to be in the room and then locked in a room with your own excrement with no way to do anything about it.
Now, can being subject to that kind of humiliating and degrading lifestyle impact cause a psychological injury to a child?
Psychological what?
Injury.
Yes, it definitely can. It's psychological abuse is the simplest way to put it, and it's also really a form of medical neglect because of the unsanitary aspects of it.
Now, would you say, or do you have an opinion as to whether or not these specific factors are cruel, demeaning, and injurious? I think you already said that for the having to use the facilities in a bucket. What about giving little stimulation or limiting the stimulation of the child?
That's another form of psychological abuse when you limit an adolescent's abilities and access to intellectual or academic stimulation when they're at home.
What about
really stunting their brain development and their intellectual development?
What about in situations, or what about when there is extreme control or lack of access to food, where their access to food or snacks is extremely limited or controlled by someone other than the child?
So adolescence is a time when you're supposed to be developing increasing independence and increasing ability to take care of yourselves, including food choices and learning to feed yourself and prepare foods. And this is the opposite of what we see with Ronan, who gets fed separate from the family, and he gets fed typically leftovers. He gets the same breakfast about every morning. It looks like a banana and a piece of bread with some peanut butter smeared on it. So it's really ongoing, another example of the psychological abuse.
Ms. Copeland, before you proceed, let me have counsel sidebar.
Hey, up. So, Jesus. Poor dude. Yeah. The only thing I would say that when he was naming the whole sanitary stuff.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime, 12:30. We're going to break for lunch for an hour. Be back outside the elevators at what time, Mark? 25 after? That's sufficient for you? 25 after 1.
There's a lot you could argue, being devil's advocate. Oh, what's wrong with Emma? Oh no, Emma. Sorry to hear that. They've lost custody already. I don't think they'll get it back. They were talking about unsanitary and stuff like that. There's a lot of things wrong, but they're not criminal either. Do you know what I mean? So there's a lot of. This is why the whole jury instructions are going to be so crucial, because a lot of stuff he said isn't, it's not criminal yet, but I don't know. So, well, some of it might be, but inhumane, definitely.
We're
Talk for a second about harsh, cruel, demeaning, and injurious treatment of a child can have. Can that have an impact on the child's view of morality?
Yes, it would be an important part of how they learn to be moral, responsible human beings. Really, is a big part of that is modeled by your parents. So the modeling he got was certainly had some serious moral problems, in that it's giving him various messages like violence is okay, and isolating people is okay, and withholding food is okay, and being choked is okay. Those sort of things. These are the most important role models in your life, or your parents.
Can that create a distorted view of what is morally appropriate behavior?
Oh, very much so, yes. After months or years of this, it becomes normal to the child, despite how pathological or abnormal it is. They begin to see this as just a normal part of life.
Now, can that distortion of appropriateness also extend to the child's view of themselves?
Yes, it can. And one of the ways it might do that is that the child internalizes being treated like this and sees themselves as the bad, responsible one. They have the moral problems. It's their fault that this is happening, clearly, because it keeps happening to them. They think it must be in some way my fault.
Even in situations where there's kind of like pervasive, ongoing abuse or trauma inflicted by a parent caregiver, can a child who is subject to that still have affection for the abuser?
Yes, that's very common.
Why does that occur? Or how does that occur, especially in a situation like this?
Some of it is it's built into children that if you provide them care and you take care of them and give them a place to live and feed them and get them to school, that sort of thing, the attachment system does kick in and they connect to that person. They form a bond.
So a child can come away from an abusive situation and still have affection or allegiance to the abuser.
Yeah, that's very, very typical.
Now, I want to talk for a second about stealing as something that can occur is that something, a behavior that can result in children that have been subject to abuse or neglect?
Yes, you're stealing, you're talking about.
Stealing,
yes,
yeah.
And particularly in this case, kids who've had that early psychosocial deprivation and really lack of adequate parenting in their first couple of years of life, or a year and a half in his case.
Is it, when a child is exhibiting that type of behavior, especially when there's a known history of some kind of neglect or abuse, is it therapeutic or appropriate treatment to address that behavior to deprive the child of access to some of the items?
You mean which items?
Like if a child is stealing food or candy, if that is something that occurs and that's something that's been noticed, in order to address that behavior, therapeutically, what would be the appropriate way to address it?
Well, to try to talk to them about it and try to understand and explore their feelings about why this behavior is continuing, and then help them gain insight into the fact that you did have a very difficult early childhood, and kids like that will have this urge to keep hoarding and taking food, because in the back of their brain and at an instinctual survival level, they're thinking, I've got to keep getting food and hoard it, because at any point I could start going hungry again and there'll be nothing to eat. So to help them gain insight and to then give them interventions, or that's too strong of a word, but then to give them regular snacks and reassure them they're always going to be able to get snacks if they start really feeling that anxiety or need to eat something. So not restrict it, but let them know it's always here, and make that a reality. Not that you are going to have them eat 5 Big Macs a day, but you'd have to tailor what sort of meals and snacks you'd let them have.
Can that type of hoarding and inclination and kind of compulsive to get food, can that occur even in children that are otherwise well-fed and maybe not like starving, who've had the previous trauma?
Yes, definitely, yes.
Now, is limiting or severely controlling a child's access to food and snacks and water, is that something that is a therapeutic treatment for this type of behavioral problem?
It's counter-therapeutic. It goes against the treatment, because you're teaching them it's true. Those very sort of primitive feelings you have that there's not enough to eat and food may not always be accessible, you're now keeping it a reality. instead of helping them get over that insecurity.
And so when you say it's counter-therapeutic, does that mean that it can make the behaviors actually worse?
Yes.
Overruled.
Does that mean that it could increase, or would that have what kind of impact would it have on the behaviors?
It reinforces it. It might increase it. It may just keep it, sustain it. It depends on the child. But I would not predict that would make it any better at all.
Now, you mentioned social deprivation and cognitive deprivation. What are those things?
So children really of any age, and probably it's true for adults too, but they need consistent caregiving. They need nurturance. They need support. They need affection. They need to be held or hugged. They need to be shown empathy so that they know that their needs are recognized and being met, so they can develop confidence and emotional security in themselves. So the pathological care would be really the opposite of those things.
What do you mean that the pathological care?
Well, the kind of parenting that you wouldn't want to see for a child who's come from this sort of early deprivation is care that wouldn't be supportive and consistent and nurturing and affectionate.
The type of care that you saw that occurred between January, that's on the videos, between January 5th and January 28th, will you characterize that as supportive, caring, empathetic care?
No, I would see it as the opposite of those.
Okay, how would you describe it?
Unempathic, mean, frightening, not in any way trying to recognize what's going on with the child, but just imposing your will in a harsh disciplinary fashion.
Now, Dr. Murray, are you saying that like a parent can't yell at a child?
No, not at all.
Are you saying that a parent can't discipline a child if they do something that they behave in a way that's inappropriate?
No, you have to discipline children in an appropriate way, sure, for issues, misbehaviors.
Are you saying that a parent can't punish a child if they do something that requires punishment?
I prefer to use the term discipline. Punishment has somewhat of a negative connotation, but you could look at it as punishment, I suppose, if it's reasonable and mild.
Okay, so what is more appropriate and also developmentally appropriate for a child of this age, you would characterize as discipline? Discipline is more appropriate than punishment for a child, a 14-year-old child of this age?
Yes.
What's the difference, I guess, between what is appropriate and then what is harmful?
The simple answer would be what's in the best interest of the child, and is what you're doing, whatever it is it going to help the child learn why their behavior was not good? Is it going to help give them ideas or ways to not engage in this behavior in the future, give them alternatives, to turn it into a learning experience at the same time with enough of discipline that it does get their attention if you think it needs it. I mean, some kids, they get a harsh word from a parent and they're good to go for a year. Other kids need a lot more hands-on intervention. It depends on the child's temperament and personality.
Now, I want to talk about kind of the impact that cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation can have on a child's creation of their own identity. How does that impact that?
It's sort of two different things there, but the deprivation has actually been shown in longer-term studies to lower children's IQ. Their IQ scores, so their intelligence level doesn't rise as high as somebody who isn't deprived or mistreated over the years.
Now, in cases where children are subject to cognitive deprivation or intellectual deprivation, do you see instances of that child engaging in fantasy or lying? Or can you see that?
Yes.
Why does that happen?
Some kids will start engaging in fantasy thinking and make up stories, and it's a coping mechanism to try to sort of fill the void of having so little mental stimulation or intellectual or cognitive outlets. So they then
Can't see your message, Emma, yet. I'll answer it once someone else responds. I can't see it. Bloody heart's in the way. Oh, there we are. How are you coping with that mods? Champion. I don't. I'll do champion, aye. Because you guys are so great, I don't need to even have to worry about it. Keep it going.
begin creating their own stories and fantasies to sort of fill that hole.
Now, I want to talk about a child expressing frustration and anger. Is a child expressing frustration and anger the same thing as violence, necessarily?
Kim, I've missed you, but Kim is the queen of the dots. So if you notice Kim, she always puts the dots in there so that chat goes up. So whenever Kim's in the chat, I know I love it because then I can read the whole thread. Without Kim, I can't bloody read it. So hiya, Kimmy. Don't worry.
No, not at all. But violence would be one sliver of children who are frustrated and angry. Some will act violently.
Now, during the course of the review of some of the videos, did you see a few videos where Ronan is expressing inside the room frustration or anger?
Yes. Or a great deal of emotional pain that he doesn't know how else to release, it seems like. Then when he starts just like tearing the posters off the wall or kicking his Legos around.
Now, just generally, outside of the specific facts of this case, is something like kicking Legos or screaming in frustration or tearing posters off the wall is for a 14-year-old child. Is that like a clinically significant type of anger or frustration just in general if a 14-year-old does that?
In and of itself, that's not necessarily a pathological or a behavior or some sign of serious mental illness. If it's infrequent and the child has really had a terribly, say, frustrating experience or something, they might come home and kick something on the floor. But no, in and of itself, no.
Could it be a completely normal expression of frustration or anger in a 14-year-old boy?
It could be, yes.
To react to maybe some kind of adverse experience or just whatever frustration it is?
Yes.
Now, in this type of situation, does that, Ronan being in that situation, locked in the room alone and having that type of response, does that tell you anything about how he's dealing with the trauma of the situation?
Well, he's only got a limited number of things he can do with all this angst and emotional pain and the effects of this mistreatment building up and building up. It's got to come out somehow. It always comes out one way or another in human beings. And it seems like in him, the only sort of outlets he's really got are to kind of throw things around or kick whatever's in the room that's left. He did become suicidal a couple times from it as well.
So the only...
It could be another way that you could get those sort of feelings, unfortunately, a method to get those out or deal with them.
So in the room itself, the only control he has is over the immediate items in the room.
Staying, rephrase, counsel.
In the room itself, what does he have the capacity or the agency to control?
What did he have?
Yeah, about his physical environment.
Well, very little, because he's in a box, and essentially the only other things in there are a bed and a sheet and a pillow and a desk, and I believe towards the end again one book.
Now, at some point there might be some discussion in this case about more specific situations when a child has more specific behavioral needs than an ordinary child, or and we might discuss reactive attachment disorder. Are you familiar with what that is?
Oh yes, I am.
What is it?
It's a diagnosis, a condition where a child is deprived, usually during the first 2 or 3 years at least of their life and earlier, of consistent, supportive, appropriate parenting. So they don't have regular nurturance or contact with a caregiver, a parent. So they don't have the chance to sort of form secure attachments to a parent or two, which is what they're programmed to do.
And then, so something has to occur, just so I'm understanding you correctly, something has to occur early in life that makes it difficult for where they weren't able to form an attachment.
Well, yes, they're not having a responsive, tender care. They're being left alone for long periods of time. When they are fed, it might just be with a bottle a few times a day. Otherwise, they're left laying there unattended or with very little stimulation, and this results in their brain not developing properly, their emotional system not developing properly. Even physically, they don't grow as well. And moreover, their head size isn't even necessarily as big as isn't the size that it should be.
Now, in a child who does have an attachment disorder, is a child with this disorder necessarily violent towards themselves or others? Is that like something that always happens?
That's not actually a diagnostic criteria for reactive attachment disorder. Violence is not even one of the defining criteria or criterion of that.
Is there generally accepted, if a child does have some type of attachment disorder, and specifically reactive attachment disorder, is there generally accepted therapeutic interventions within the scientific community to address that?
The main treatment that has been shown to work is to get the child out of the problematic, uncaring environment, the pathological environment, as quick as possible, and put them with either a foster family or a stable relative or have them adopted into a good parenting situation. I mean, that's the treatment, and get them back on a normal course of development.
And so we're talking about a good parenting situation. Do you mean stable, nurturing, that addresses the child's needs?
Yes.
Now,
That works, and the majority of children with RAD, reactive attachment disorder, have substantially diminished or even resolution of their RAD symptoms over time.
Is it considered therapeutically acceptable or appropriate to isolate, confine, or deprive a child who might have a history that lends them to having an attachment disorder?
No, it's just what you wouldn't want to do to a child with reactive attachment disorder, because that isolation and lack of contact and lack of affection are the things that created it in the first place. So you want to undo that by doing the opposite to the child with good parenting.
Would it exacerbate any attachment issues if they were there to treat a child like Ronan Ferriter was treated?
Yes, it would. Yes, it wouldn't. Yes, simple answer.
Now, what about a child? You mentioned that, one of the, in your opinion, there were some indications that there was a complex post-traumatic stress disorder indicated here.
Yes.
Would this type of treatment in any way address or help a child with post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, no, I believe that's the cause of him having post-traumatic stress disorder is the abusive treatment that he received.
Now, would this type of treatment worsen the behavior or increase symptoms?
Yes.
Now, did you, as part of this case, have the opportunity to review a deposition given by a Dr. Rappa?
I did.
And she made some opinions about this case as well, correct?
She did, yes.
Did you agree with any of the opinions that Dr. Rappa made?
I did. In particular, she did describe the behaviors that Ronan was experiencing and the punishment, the isolation, the abuse as inappropriate and unacceptable. She referred to Ronan having complex post-traumatic stress disorder, partly from his experiences in Vietnam when he was in the orphanage, but I don't believe that would really add up, because PTSD is from being traumatized, be it physical abuse or a car accident or being caught in a hurricane or whatever it might be, or seeing something terrible happen to a family member. But being neglected and left alone doesn't cause post-traumatic stress disorder. So I saw nothing in the records that he had experienced any early traumas in his first couple years of life when he was in Vietnam, year and a half.
So you would be in agreement with Dr. Rappa that there are indicators that the victim in this case has experienced trauma?
Definitely, yes.
The source of that trauma is a little bit of a disagreement, if I'm understanding you correctly.
If I'm understanding her deposition correctly, yes.
But would you agree with her opinion that regardless of the source of the trauma, this is not the way that a child with PTSD should be treated?
Well, right, because you're continuing to inflict the trauma on the child, and the PTSD comes from the trauma, so you're just doing nothing but worsening the child's PTSD with more and more of the same traumatic experiences.
I think we talked about, in general, a child, that this would be harmful. If a child has specific, because of their history, has behavioral issues or maybe even a medical diagnosis, does that change whether or not this is an appropriate type of punishment for a child?
I can't come up with any kind of explanation that would justify the treatment Ronan went through as appropriate.
The fact that there might be indications that because of his history and because of his treatment that he was vulnerable or psychologically complex, does that increase the risk to him psychologically to be subjected to this type of treatment?
Yes, above and beyond being especially vulnerable given he is a child, yes, that would even increase the risk more.
That's all the questions I have.
Cross?
Yeah, this will be interesting now. This is the important bit. Oh, it's the guy doing it as well, right? Oh, chair and some books. Doesn't really know what he's doing, but so it's always the cross that's important, because it's the same both ways.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Let me start with I have your list of testimony in cases, civil and criminal. It's a pretty extensive list. You've testified in Palm Beach County before, correct?
Yes.
And it looks like all but one defendant, all were for the state. Is that correct?
I haven't reviewed it, but I'll take your word for it.
I'm happy to have you review it if you want.
I trust you.
All right.
Yeah.
And can you tell me what you're being compensated for your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
How much are you being compensated for your testimony?
I'm being compensated for my time, but $350 an hour.
All right. And how much time have you put into the preparation of your testimony here today? Approximately.
Preparation for testimony?
I'm going to break it down. Yes, testimony.
I would say in the neighborhood of 5 hours.
All right. And in addition to that, any other preparation that you did, how much time did you put in?
I hate this. I hate.
Reviewing the records, I have a sheet on my office desk. I'm going to estimate it's probably in the ballpark of probably 8 hours, 9 hours of record review to get through all the materials, which I tried to reread as much as I could in the last day or two.
Hi, Mackie.
Because there's a lot of information.
Yeah, and we'll get to what you reviewed in a minute, but I appreciate your answer. I'm looking at your CV, very extensive, thick CV, because it has all the publications that you wrote, plus those which you've contributed to, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to go through a few here. I noticed, going back a little ways, in '94 you wrote one called Sexual Homicide by Adolescents.
Yes.
Staying with the '90s, '95.
Mackie Techie, Mackie Techie. Love Mackie Techie, Mackie Techie. Welcome back, Mackie Techie, you stranger. I hope Shauna's well. I've not seen Shauna for a while. Send Shauna my love, please, Mackie, when you next speak to her. Where's Perry? What's going on?
You wrote one called The Psychopathology, Biopsychopathology Factors, Crime Characteristics, and Classification of 25 Homicidal Youth.
Yes.
Staying with the '90s, you wrote one called The Psychopathology and Personality in Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
In 2000, you wrote one with a co-author called Anger, Experience, and Styles of Expression Among Juvenile Sexual Homicide Offenders.
Yes.
Jump forward a little. 2002, I see one, The Sexual Assault of Boys Incarcerated in Jails.
Yes.
2005, Personality Comorbidity in Adolescent Females with ADHD.
Yes.
Becky.
I know you wrote that with others. I'm just trying to move it along, though.
Thank you, Becky.
There's one that you wrote with somebody else in 2006, The Motivation Behind Serial Sexual Homicide. Is it sex, power, and/or control or anger?
Yes.
2008, The Relationship Between Serial Sexual Murder and Autoerotic Asphyxiation.
Yes.
I tried that word twice and didn't get it. Jumping forward a little, 2012, Adolescent Parricide and Psychopathy.
Psychopathy, yes.
Psychopathy, thank you. What's parricide?
The murder of a parent by a child.
I don't know what's going on in chat, but hugs to everyone. I'm zoned out a little bit from chat, but I see a lot of stories and stuff.
You wrote a book as well.
I did, yes.
Thanks for sharing your stories. I know it's important for everyone. Sorry, I'm not acknowledging it. It's, I'm trying to concentrate a bit, but thanks for sharing, guys. Hugs to you all. Hugs, Emma. So yeah, thank you, guys. And yeah, thanks for being here, Mecky, as well. But put the Perry and Shauna back in your pocket, please, next time.
It's hard to get, but I got your book.
It's out of print.
It's out of print, but, someone still had it. It's called Juvenile Sexual Homicide. It's a 2002 book.
Yes.
And you've also contributed in chapters in other books, correct?
I have.
Lady Law, instead of cheer up, hurry up. Come on, where's your arse? I want to see that ass. Yeah. Hurry up. Finish work.
So for example, current perspectives on conduct disorder, and that was for the Adolescent Medicine State of the Art Review.
Yes.
Serial offending in childhood.
Yes.
The juvenile justice system, delinquency, and the juvenile court.
Yes.
So you've written extensively on, seems a lot of your focus is on when juveniles commit crimes. That's a bulk of your work of study, correct?
Really, it's been more in the area of homicide, and often probably the majority of the homicide research I've done has been with children, meaning people under the age of 18.
Who commit homicides.
Yes.
And you're, in those articles I've looked at in your book, you examine the types of maybe common traits or commonalities that might help inform one on a child who's growing up that might commit crimes.
Well, yeah, you hope that it would have some impact on predicting it in children to avoid or help cut down the number of murders in the future. Yes, that would be the ultimate aim.
So there's and in a couple of the articles, and in fact in your book, you go through some checklists of the types of those common factors, correct?
Yes.
No idea, Mackie. Sarah's not here to tell me. I'm rubbish. He's a
Pulling out of
doctor,
your
that's all
book,
I know.
let's see here.
Good approach.
So Sarah always does the whole name stuff, and I pin it. She's not here, so I'm out of sync, Mackie. Out of sync. Sorry, I'm lost. I'm modless, but I'm still modless. And hopefully we will have Lady Law join us in about an hour and a half, something like that. For a little bit at least, hopefully, if the weather's not too bad there. We've not had Lady Law for a little bit now, so it'd be nice to have her on, so you can see her face instead of just mine. And also, I've never done a guest before on Stream Labs, so I want to test it out, because if it's a disaster, then it doesn't matter if it's Lady Law. Two before. Oh, so yeah, apologies if I don't know the witness names. I can't pin my own things or whatever. So Sarah P, the legend of Sarah P, she always does it, but obviously she's not here, so but she deserves some time away. But she'll pop in a bit, I think. She'll be in and out. Although with Sarah P, she's probably listening somewhere. Force to pay taxes seems wrong to me, Jonathan. I said this the day the King of the UK, King Charles, didn't have to pay any taxes on the Queen's fortune. That was all left to him. Can you imagine four siblings and the King Charles gets everything? If I was Andrew and and them, I'd be livid. Andrew and Edward, that's it.
All right, you may continue, Mr. Wahid. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
We love Sarah P. Don't tell her that to her face, though. I need it to be grounded.
You talked a lot about psychopathy on your direct. There is a thing called a PCLR, correct?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the psychopathy checklist, and it's 20 items that you rate to get an idea of how much of a really a criminal personality they have. And it's a score of 0 to 40.
I know Emma's a habit.
And some of those items on the checklist are.
I don't sing it, so.
Let me have your approach.
I don't sing that national anthem anyway, so it doesn't matter. Yota. I don't know what a tota is, and I don't know what a yota is, so it didn't matter if you had changed it, Jonathan. I haven't got a clue which one's which. Or which. Oh, it's after 2 hours, I can swear. Whey! See? I'm a good boy. There's a little bit too much sidebars the prosecution loves a sidebar. It seems. Hyn wlad fy nhadau, yn annwyl I mi. That's it. Byd beirdd a chantorio, enwogion o fri. Ein gwrol ryfelwyr, gwladgarwyr dramor. Os bydded i'r heniaeth barhau. I won't sing it all for you, because they're back now. Guess who's back?
All right, Mr. Wahid, you may proceed.
They are back. Yeah, Emma, 100%. Sweet God. Ah, thank you. I am sweet and I am God. Oi, oi!
So,
Let's
again,
go,
on,
lady
on
go.
direct examination, you discussed psychopathy, correct?
The gilf is
I don't
on
recall
fire.
that I did.
Did you make any opinion today about connecting psychopathy with what happened in this case?
In the defendant?
Yes.
Did I rate the level of psychopathy in Mr. Ferriter?
Nope. Did you say that the types of environment that that Ty was in this situation, that he had at his home, that it could have it has an impact on a child's psychopathy?
As I recall, I used the word psychopathology, meaning mental illness, not psychopathy, something very different.
All right, so the objection sustained. You need to move on, Mr. Wahid.
Let me ask you about things you reviewed. You reviewed, so the state provided you a list of items, correct?
Yes.
About 95 pages of items, included witness statements.
Yes.
When you say witness statements, did that include the statements the witnesses made during the trial?
No.
Did you observe those or read those in any way?
No.
And when I'm saying witnesses, I'm being specific to RF and FF, Ronan and Fiona.
Forgive me, I've been using his first name.
Yes.
Should I say RF?
It can be confusing a little on the names, so I'm going to go with Ronan.
Okay.
So Ronan or Fiona. You did not watch or hear or read those trial testimonies.
What I had was the child protection team interviews, and then his statements to the police in the beginning, and then their depositions I read as well.
Okay. And you were provided by the defense a list of other items electronically. Did you review any of those?
I believe I made it through all of those.
Okay.
A lot of them were repeats of what I had received from the state attorney's office.
Sure, that's possible. So that included Ronan's early childhood records?
Yes.
It included his school records?
Yes.
And that would also be from Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
And that would also include those emails between the teacher and the parents?
Yes.
You also reviewed disciplinary records and other school records from Immaculate Heart?
Yes, I did.
You also reviewed clinical summary in April 22 from Kenny Miller?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on the reactive attachment disorder issue, correct?
Yes.
You also reviewed the records of Dr. Thomas Rickenbacher?
I did.
You reviewed Ronan's other medical records, pediatric medical records?
Yes.
Did you review any of the photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did you review the family counseling associate records?
Yes.
And there were some other records in there, though, that might go beyond the scope of what you testified to. So if they come up, I'll come back to those.
Okay.
You did not actually evaluate Ronan, correct?
I did not.
And you never asked to evaluate Ronan?
I asked if it was possible. Yes, I did.
And what were you told?
Let me have you approach on that.
I can reword it.
Okay, reword it in a way that does involve hearsay.
Sure. Based on the information you received, you then could not evaluate, you believe you could not evaluate Ronan?
True.
All right. And so obviously without actually evaluating Ronan, you can't do anything in terms of diagnosis of him.
Based on the extensive records, my observations of him on the videotapes, teacher observations, et cetera, I believe he has PTSD.
Well, is that your independent diagnosis or based on somebody else's diagnosis?
It's mentioned on occasion in the records, but my independent assessment would be that he does have PTSD, yes.
Well, but as a psychiatrist, it's not correct that you can't, you ethically under the rules are not allowed to make a diagnosis of an individual without actually conducting an examination and an evaluation on your own under Section 7.32 of the Principles of Medical Ethics for the American Psychiatric Association Ethics Committee.
It's not a hard and fast rule, and in fact, in forensic psychiatry, sometimes we're asked to review records of someone who has passed away from one reason or one reason or another, and try to come up and with a diagnostic assessment.
Ronan is not someone who's passed away, though, correct?
Correct.
And when you say it's not a hard and fast rule, it's actually a written rule, though, correct?
Could we go over the language of it?
Sure. In order to arrive at it.
Sustain. Show him what rule you're referring to. You can approach. What was the last part? Oh, this. Let's show it to the state first, and then you can show it to the witness. Thank you, Mr. Wahid.
Hello, music lover. Welcome. Music lover. Okay, Dr. Spiegel 2.0. Who's Dr. Spiegel? Oh, I know. I know who he is. Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, Amber Heard. We still talk about cars. I have no idea what you guys are on about in chat at the minute. I'm still trying to get used to this Streamlabs stuff. So I think I'm going to switch back to StreamYard, even though there's some functionalities I'm going to be gutted to lose. But I think I'm going to have to lose it. It's just because I can't put your chats on the screens, and that annoys me because not that I won't put everyone's chats on the screens, don't get me wrong, but sometimes it'd be nice. Because if you're watching this on replay on TV, you can't see any of the chat. Music Lover says the APA rules are more of a guideline than an actual rule. Derp? What's derp? Idiot. Is it idiot? Derp? Oh. My wife drives a nice cheap one on gas, and I drive the Impala and the REV4. Jonathan, Jonathan, Iowa, Jonathan. Idiot. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine, Music Lover. That makes sense. I thought it was. Um, I thought it was. See, I'm getting the lingo down. I'm getting the kids' lingo down at the minute. Well, do you know, I could skip this, can't I? No, there's no point skipping it because they're going back. So about 2.5 hours behind we are.
All right, Mr. Wahid, you can continue.
It's not bad. About 2 hours we're behind.
We're going to come back to that question in just a
Because
second.
we're 1.25.
Let me talk to you about the pediatric records, which you've reviewed.
Simply the best.
So let's start with the fact that he was, you've reviewed all these documents, so you know that he was essentially at 7 months old, dropped off at an orphanage in Vietnam.
I'm not judge to be on the scope of direct opinion.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
That's what the records show, yes.
Right. And you were talking about, this is in the context of you were talking about how early childhood issues might relate to later development, correct? You were talking about that a couple of times with the state.
Yeah,
I agree with you, Emma. You know, I will just speak now. You see, I'm speaking to the world, and they don't know what you just said. So Emma just said, the thing I hate in streams is when the host just answers questions and you had no idea what the person asked. This is my point. This is my point. Um, you know, and that's what I miss about putting stuff on screens and stuff. Um, and I don't mean to put everything on screen, but some of the chat. Um, the only that's the only downside with Streamlabs, I feel. I can put a chat box up, by the way, but I don't like it. Um, where's it gone? Chat box. You see, it goes there. I can put it there, but I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? Don't like that chat box being on screen. Just me personally, you know. So I think we're gonna have to go back to StreamYard, even though StreamYard doesn't have some of the functionalities. I can't move stuff as freely, but you guys are more important than that. So, you know, I'll do the hard work. It's all good. What we got here? Emma agreed with right, still cars. Uh, Unicorn agrees with Emma. In my opinion, feels that yeah, that's fine, Sandra. I didn't like it anyway, Sandra. It's all good. In my opinion, feels a bit emotional bias. I do think he's a little bit biased, yes. I formed an accurate opinion on a complex case in just 8 or 9 hours. What a dip. I know. I agree. He is a bit of a dip. But yeah, I take what he says with a little bit of pinch of salt, to be fair. I think somebody said that earlier on as well. Agree, Katie. No, it's blurred the line. Yeah, we won't be using it. Don't worry, guys. I don't like it. So it's a shame because this is cheaper than StreamYard, but what the chat wants, the chat gets. So we'll get back to not this week. So I got this again tomorrow. Then I promise you, after that I'll go back to StreamYard.
The active attachment disorder, yes.
Sure. So we're talking about early childhood. He gets dropped off at 7 months old. We don't know from records, because he was just dropped off at the orphanage, what the prenatal care was, correct? We don't know that.
No, we don't have those records.
We don't know what type of delivery of that baby happened, correct?
Correct.
All right. And we don't really have a medical history for that first 7 months.
That's right.
Okay. Then the child's at the orphanage until about 17 months old, correct?
Yes.
And then he...
Sorry. Sorry. I just got it. I was there going, can't you say it on your boat then? I was like, what's that mean? I didn't get it. Yeah, I can't do any of that. I won't be able to do any of this stuff where I'm just like, wait, and get down. Let's get down, baby. You know, and go small and get like basically like a penis. Whoop, small, whoop, large, small, large, whoop. I can't do any of that. So yeah, the boat thing was really good, but yeah, I can't do any of that stuff. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't
adopted.
matter.
Correct.
By the Ferriters, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So there's been a lot of conversation about his snacks and eating and that sort of thing. Is it looking at the
I'm gonna get some
2021
water.
medical records, which was
Water.
literally the most recent prior to the running away that happened here in Florida? He had a 19.7 BMI, which was considered normal. That's normal, correct?
It's, yes, his weight was low, normal, I would say, but in the normal range.
His general appearance presented as well developed, correct?
Yes.
It was noted that he was well nourished and had no acute distress, correct?
And you're reading from the pediatric records?
Yes.
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And I'm picking a particular date of 2021 because I know it changes. I'm not going through all the records, but that was the most recent one, right?
Yes.
Then there was a whole conversation that you had about sugary snacks. Do you remember that?
I don't know if we had a whole conversation about sugary snacks, no.
Well, you definitely talked about snacks with the state, correct?
Yes.
And amongst them was that he was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
What was the first part of your sentence?
Among the topics you discussed was that Ronan was allegedly being deprived of snacks, correct?
More so meals, I believe we talked about, that sometimes meals would be held if they thought he was angry or if they felt he was misbehaving in some other way, they might withhold a meal.
Okay, so we'll get to meals. Well, you also mentioned snacks, so I just want to go in order. So let me ask you, you reviewed the family counseling records, right? And that goes back, that starts essentially September 23rd of 2015. And Ronan is brought by his parents, and the chief complaint is he gets triggered and angry, that he has a low frustration tolerance.
I'm going to object. This is just him reading hearsay.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that there were a number of complaints that the parents came to the family counseling services folks with, which included what you were talking about with the RID, which was the hoarding of food, taking food from other kids, that sort of stuff?
Ms. Martin, the counselor, said I believe she was considering RAD
Right.
as a diagnosis.
Yeah, so this is now 20...
Kathleen Martin was the counselor.
Correct. I don't want to talk over you, so just when you're done, I'll then go. And in that first visit, though, one of the issues that was, or the facts that was given to Ms. Martin was this taking food from kids, hoarding food, that issue.
I believe that's in the records. I don't remember the exact timing.
Okay. I'm happy to refresh your memory. It's right in front of me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can approach Mr. White.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And one of the complaints as well, I feel like I need to give you a copy of this because I'm going to do a lot of walking now. One of the complaints as well initially was that Ronan would actively defy or refuse to comply with requests from authority figures. Parents and siblings are stressed by the yelling and temper tantrums, right?
Yes.
All right. So as a result of a series of meetings with Ms. Martin, one of the diagnosis that she had made was a thing called oppositional defiant disorder.
You can approach.
Fucking hell. All these objections. It's a little bit annoying the amount of objections there are. There should never be this amount of objections. What are everyone scared to get out there? Just give the jury everything. Anyway, let's do a little bit of there's a few people here. If you're not a member, please consider being a member. You don't have to be a member, but if you want to be a member, press that join button. Always appreciated. Sarah P normally reminds me to sell myself. You get some members only videos and access to Discord. Um, but yeah, but it's never given. Like Emma found out. Emma thought I wasn't speaking to her because she's no longer a member. Not at all. You will always be spoken to by me, whether you remember or not. It doesn't matter. You Everyone gets equal treatment. Um, just obviously, some people can't afford to be a member, and that's absolutely fine. I would not discriminate. Well, I do because I make members only videos, but you know what I mean when it comes to this sort of stuff. Um, yes, we got obviously Matthew Moore. He's going to be Dateline tomorrow night, 9 to 11 Eastern. So if you want to watch that on Dateline, please consider that. And all of that. Oh, for fuck's sakes, Unicorn, Unicorn. Thank you so much, Unicorn. And Emma got one. There we go. You see, this is what I'm going to miss in StreamYard. This won't happen. Thank you so much, Unicorn. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Emma, I'm glad Emma got one. Emma, I'm glad that she got it. Honestly, chuffed. Tim, I don't know who Tim is. Cindy J.
All right, the objection is sustained. Mr. Waheed, you may continue.
So Cindy J, I don't know who Cindy J is, but welcome Cindy J. Paige, we know Paige. Paige is lovely. And Pixie, who I don't think comes to this channel anymore, but Pixie, you're always welcome to come back. You don't have to believe everything that people say about me. So Pixie, if she does come back, you're more than welcome to. So thank you, so generous, Unicorn. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for that. It means the world to me, you know that. And thank you, you're a huge supporter of mine. I don't know why, but thank you so much.
We've been going about an hour. Is this a good time to take a break, or you want to go for a little bit longer and tell me what a good stopping off point is?
I can just go for a little longer.
All right, so you tell me when you're at a good break point.
Thank you.
Based on your review of the records, are you aware that that Ronan was also diagnosed at some point with oppositional defiant disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's sort of describes what it is by the title, but it's children who are beyond normal in the sense of defying rules, being oppositional, stubborn, saying things that irritate other people.
And based on what was in the record up until late 2015, would you have agreed with that diagnosis?
I really want to know more as to what was going on in his life at that time, and I just don't have the detail to really feel confident on that one way or the other.
Sure. However, would it be enough for you, based on what's in the record, to at least say that that would have been an appropriate differential diagnosis at the time?
All new members.
Well, there's a lot of reasons kids can be defiant and screaming and going after.
Just to say, to say, I don't know what Lady Law. I'm not quite sure it's all true. I'm not sure what that is, Lady Law, but if you said it, it means that like, I know there's certain people that can't afford it, guys. You never have to be a member of this channel, but the fact that people are generous like Unicorn like that, it's generally, this is why I love this community. Obviously, I gain because that pays my wages. You know, that helps pay me as well. So, you know, I've got bills to pay, so that really helps me out. But it's lovely to see people like Unicorn do that as well. I mean, that's what it's all about. So thank you for that. And yeah, welcome to all new members. Lol, everything everyone said about you is all true. Fountains overflowing with truth, lol. Well, it depends which ones you mean. Depends which people you mean, Lady Law. I know, yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's an inside joke, Lady Law, that not anywhere else will get. So I was a bit like, yeah, if you mean those, then yeah, maybe not. But yeah, you are, yeah, don't, Emma, I know we discussed it, you know, the would amount, it's all good. You don't have to repay it back, it's fine. Jonathan, for you, Jonathan. For Jonathan. Jonathan only. Oh, I'm barefooted. John. Jonathan loves feet. So,
snacks and sneaking them, that sort of thing, and stealing food from other children at school. So I really want to know more.
All right. So that information, though, based on the record, was passed on to the parents, right? That diagnosis was given to the parents, correct?
I don't know, I assume.
Well, you have it in the records, correct, that you reviewed?
Sustained. If you know, you can answer, sir.
I don't know what Ms. Martin said to the parents about the diagnosis.
still a wench. You're always a wench anyway.
Would a document from her report help refresh her recollection?
Well, you asked me if they passed it on to the parents. So
Yes.
If that would help me, yes.
Sustained.
Based on your review of the records, was there any advice given as to how to handle that diagnosis?
Sustained. Let me have your approach on that, Mr. Wade.
Yeah, it's through college and everything. I used to wear flip flops all the time. Rain, doesn't matter what it was, flip flops, and all the way through. Really, I'm a barefooted guy. I wear sometimes slippers, but I don't like wearing shoes and stuff like that. Okay. Wasted too much time today. Right, what have we got here now? Yeah, I can't really skip this bit because obviously. So what we'll do is I showed you my right foot, Jonathan. It's my left foot. Woo-hoo. You know what they say? Big feet, got size 12 feet. Big feet, hey, hey. Big socks. Woohoo! Big socks.
Objection sustained. You may continue, Mr. Wade.
If hypothetically a child's diagnosed with ODD, what would you
Timberland, nice.
what would you
I like
recommend to
Timberland.
parents as treatment?
Big shoes, yes.
Hypothetical.
Sustained. Even hypothetical still has to be relevant. So unless you want to argue the relevancy, sidebar, you can move on.
I would like to do that.
All right. So let's approach again.
Jesus. This is getting too much now. Oh, 100%. Yeah. I wish she was proportional. Can you imagine having a 12-incher with size 12 feet? Jesus. Um, um, okay. Testosterone levels more than anything. Oh, you're going too deep now. Going too deep now. Couldn't use it. Well, I'm not sure what that means. Um, Right now, about a 3-year-old who had a hog. Because testosterone.
All right. The objection is withdrawn. Do you need the question restated for you, sir?
I'll just,
Go ahead and restate it.
what would be the treatment you would recommend for ODD, oppositional defiance disorder?
In general, learning as much as you can about the ODD symptoms and where they're happening and what's happening and is it happening everywhere or is it happening just at home? And then how long has it been occurring? And then once you kind of get a real understanding of it, then it might be approached with individual therapy, or just be meeting with a child, or you might be doing parent training and working with the parents, and or you might also do family sessions where you meet with the child and the parents to work on the oppositional defiant behavior. And sometimes if it's real, I guess, really problematic and you're not getting anywhere with those treatments, you could consider medications.
A medication like, is it Clondine? Clondine? It's a...
Clonidine?
Clonidine.
Possibly, yes. You could try that.
Okay.
Yes.
And is your understanding that that was ever tried on Ronan?
That was tried for, I believe, ADHD.
But it was tried on him?
Yes. And sometimes children who are depressed will show ODD type symptoms, so you might end up treating them for depression and using an antidepressant.
And would limit setting be one of the things that you would recommend when treating a child with ODD, that parents have limit setting where they put limits on the child?
Yes, that may well be part of it, yes.
And I'm not sure if you said it, but also would therapy sessions be a part of that?
And generally, yes.
Would you take steps to reduce sugar or other types of caffeinated things that would make one more hyper?
That's very rarely going to explain ODD. I mean, could that be a small part of it? Maybe. But that isn't going to be the source of a child coming in with ODD symptoms.
You said a moment ago that at some point that Dr. Martin, in the review of the records, had also come to a conclusion later on in her work that there's a possibility of reactive attachment disorder, correct?
It was mentioned, but I read through the records. They're a little bit vague, but yet she had a couple hour-long sessions with Ronan alone, and she described him as compliant, cooperative, normal speech, insightful, judgment intact, adequate impulse control, good memory.
Are you reading from a particular document?
That's from her notes from November 4th of 2015. So he didn't come across at all as having ODD in these. She had two, I believe, 60-minute individual sessions with him. He came across as very sort of, really in a lot of ways, unremarkable as far as having mental illness symptoms of an ODD nature.
But in that same November 4th, 2015, isn't it correct that she also pointed out he was eating too many sugars and sweets, and that the parents had to, and that this was leading to emotionally liable behavior, and that the parents, including screaming, tantrums, and that the parents eventually, she opines that they need to monitor his diet, correct? I'm summarizing without reading the document.
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay.
But again, eating some sugary sweets isn't going to explain that diagnosis.
We can take a break at this time, Judge.
Okay, all right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mark, if you could escort them back. Actually, we'll take a 15-minute break. It's 2:45, and we'll be in recess until 3.
Right, let's skip for the break. Right.
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, court will be in recess until 3 o'clock.
What doesn't seem to support it is the teacher complaints.
Ronan was also diagnosed at some
Here we go.
All right, everyone may be seated. Mr. Waheed, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Doctor, we're going through some of the items that you reviewed that would form your opinion. So Ronan was also diagnosed at some point in the records with ADHD. Can you tell us what that is?
Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder affects about 5% of kids, and they have trouble paying attention, concentrating, completing tasks, sitting still. That's also called hyperactivity, where they have trouble.
And that was, he was about 10 years old back then.
Yes, in that neighborhood.
And so well, first, based on your review of the records, would you concur with that opinion?
What doesn't seem to support it is the teacher complaints that occasionally occur aren't about he's not paying attention or he's getting bad grades because he can't concentrate or finish his work. So the teacher reports don't really support ADHD very well. And then when I see him, for instance, on his lengthy CPT interview, he doesn't show any hyperactivity at all, and he's concentrating and he pays attention to everything that's said to him and responds appropriately. So, and then also the video in his box, he doesn't seem hyperactive in there most of the time. So I really felt like that may not be at all a accurate diagnosis.
Well, so this was when he was about 10. You didn't have the CPT interview.
People say to me, right, what makes your channel unique? And I just tell them, just come to the chat. Just come to the chat. How the fuck have we gone from cars to the trial to like sailing to now bull's testicles? What the fuck? Do you know what I mean? It's amazing. I love your chat. I love it. I just love the roundness of it. Thank you. Ranger, you've eaten reindeer. Jesus. Bloody hell.
You didn't have videos when he was 10. So based on the review of records up until he's 10, with the chief complaints about essentially what we just talked about before the break, which, the acting out, temper tantrums, the focus issues that are in the report that we just went through before the break, through all of those things. So just knowing what someone would know in the record up until that point where he's about 10, based on that, would you concur, if you were to go back in your DeLorean to that time and you were making the diagnosis, would you agree that that could have been a valid diagnosis when he's about 10?
It could have been, but when you look at these notes, for instance, when he's 8, he's described as getting along with children and he responds to discipline. Other notes around that time describe normal mental status examination, normal behavior going back in the pediatric notes. So that doesn't really fit with ADHD.
What would you opine is a treatment for ADHD?
If the child has ADHD, if it's on the milder side, you can try behavioral interventions and modifying the environment and having them move their desk up to the front of the room so they're less distracted by the kids around them. And then when you get to moderate or severe cases, you generally have to go to medication.
Medication like clonidine?
That's a second level medication. There's sort of the first tier medications are still the stimulant medications like Ritalin.
Okay. What's 10X? TENEX?
That's a medicine like guanfacine. I'm sorry, like clonidine. It's called guanfacine. It's a similar blood pressure medicine, actually, but it was found to work for ADHD as well.
All right.
To be helpful for it.
And based on your review of the records, you're familiar that Ronan was prescribed these medications?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, do you know that, so Dr. Tom Rickenbacker found that he had ADHD and also the reactive attachment disorder, correct? At the same time?
I have to refresh my memory. I think he was considering reactive attachment disorder also. I thought the wording was that there's RAD issues, but maybe he made the diagnosis.
I can refresh your recollection if you want.
Okay.
My
You can approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, just let's have the protocol that you show it to counsel first before you approach the witness.
Show it first to her.
Yeah, so it's the.
I've done this right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
So it's fair to say that back in 2019, Ronan was diagnosed with reactive attachment disorder and ADHD.
Yes, I don't believe Dr. Rickenbacker had the entire story at that time. I don't see any mention of That's 2019, around the time
what he
that
asked.
Ronan would have been starting to be isolated and put in the box, to my understanding. So
you
if he didn't know that, that could be the reason why he's roaming around at night inside the cell, and that he's having behavior problems at school.
All right. So you didn't agree with the ODD, oppositional defiance disorder diagnosis. You don't agree with the ADHD diagnosis here. What about the RAD diagnosis?
And again, I'm questioning those diagnoses because I think there's conflicting information, and the people who were assessing him at the time, I don't believe had the full picture.
All right. Now, it's fair to say, though, they were closer to the opportunity to assess than you are sitting here, correct?
As far as being in the room with him, yes, but they didn't have the benefit of many, many years of observations and records on him. They would not have been provided that or had the time to review all that anyway.
All right. So is that your opinion because you believe that, I just want to be right about this. I think what you just said is that because they don't know that this is generally what you said, they don't know that he, Ronan, I assume, was in the box, the room, at the time, and that's an added fact that makes a difference for you, correct?
It does, yes. Again, because maltreatment can look like ADHD. And all these diagnoses say you have to exclude any other potential cause for this before you make, say, a diagnosis of ODD or ADHD.
But earlier when we were talking about Kathleen Martin and her family counseling associate records, those were in 2015. There's no allegation anywhere in the record that Ronan was in that room in the garage in 2015, correct?
Correct.
But he's still acting out and doing all these things and, being disruptive and throwing tantrums and uncontrollable, correct?
It's not like he's always like that. I mean, I didn't see any really big school problems at that time.
So when you say
And that's the history that is coming out from I believe, a parent. And then when she's in the room with him, he comes across as a pretty normal kid.
When who's in the room with who?
Ms. Martin is in the room with Ronan for those 2-hour sessions. And the pediatric records around that time aren't real documentary of extreme behavior problems either.
Yeah, but after she's in the room with him for those sessions, she still opines he has oppositional defiance disorder, though, correct? And he's still not, in a room in the garage at this point.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Okay. But you still don't think you think you're in a better position to now decide he did not have ODD back in 2015. Is that it?
What I tried to explain was I would want more information so that I could feel comfortable ruling in or ruling out that diagnosis. And I just don't know. I really just don't know. I don't have enough information.
So it's fair to say also you don't have enough information to say that Kathleen Martin's diagnosis is incorrect back in 2015.
Or
right?
correct. That's right. Either way.
All right. Would that also apply to the psychiatrist, Dr. Tom Rickenbacher's opinions? You don't have enough information to decide whether it is or isn't accurate? Is that your opinion?
It is, yes.
All right. Let's talk about, so as part of the basis of your opinion, you reviewed medical records, but you also reviewed school records, correct?
Yes.
And those were school records from two different schools, correct?
Yes.
Independence Middle School and Basis Academy, correct?
Yes.
I believe Independence Middle School is earlier in time. Let me say that again. I believe Basis Academy is earlier in time.
Right.
All right. And so you reviewed those log entries, right? And
I have, yes.
so it's fair to say that there's a series of incidences where Ronan does something at school. The school basically reaches out to the parents, tells them what he did wrong, and then the parents respond, often the exact same day by email.
Objection as to hearsay.
I haven't.
Let him finish his question, Ms. Copeland, then you can make your objection. But you are, let me have you approach.
Oh my God, I can't believe it. Da, 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 da. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Right. Um, yeah, I mean, look, I thought that this witness was okay, but now he's starting to annoy me a little bit. He just wants to be like, I'm better than all of you. I know everything. So all the other doctors have not got a clue, but they did meet Ronan in person, and this guy didn't, but he still knows better because he can observe or something. Which is fine, but I mean, Jesus, show a bit more respect, man. Yeah, I find it quite hard to listen to him, to be quite honest now. And even he's calling the room or the box a cell now. It's like, dude, come on, no one else has called it a cell. Why are you starting to call it a cell? Do you know what I mean? I like people who are objective. Um, so I don't know. I think this guy's got a bit of an ego. Why we still talk about balls and penises and stuff now? I'm not sure where we are anymore. I switched off from the chat for like 5 minutes. You see, when Sarah P's not here, you guys go out of control.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay. All right, objection.
Objection sustained. I don't know what's going on. He's getting rattled easily. He's got bits, big size. He seems like he wants to try to paint this kid as an angel. I know I've only started watching this trial this afternoon, but I thought both sides agreed he was troubled. Oh, he's 100% troubled. Even the kid himself said he was troubled. The kid even said himself that they treated him well a lot of the times. Why is this muted? Ah, friggin' Nora. The judge has not put the mic back on. Oh, judge. Someone will notice it now, I know, but we're going to have to go through this without audio for a little bit. And before everyone starts going, audio court, audio court. No, no, it's not me. It is. Thank you, Katie. At least Katie's got a judge. Sound. Yes. That's good. Katie's got me. I just don't want people to start blaming me for it or going, boomer, boomer, sooner, boomer, sooner. I don't think he heard you. But I'm hoping that he's got court staff watching the stream and be able to tell him. Boomer judge. Jonathan, all this chat from you going about testicles and penises, I think the ladies are getting quite excited, Jonathan. Now we're back to food again. You know how to hit it. Food, cars, penises. Gamey meat is a bit like, you just jelly. Yes. Yes, Jonathan. You're a ladies' man, I'm not. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. I will say game meat is tough. It's very strong. Jelly of the balls I gotta put in my mouth. No, I'm not jealous of that one bit. The ladies are, but I'm not. Um, I know, yeah. Nutritional, I know. You just said it's a lot of testosterone and stuff. Oh, Judge, you boomer, Judge. You complete an absolute boomer. And brine it before cook. Okay. Cooking tips by Jonathan. Oh my days, Judge, you absolutely destroyed this trial. Come on, someone must be listening to this. Yeah, I can. I will. Sorry, you're right. Actually, Katie, forgot. I forgot about that. Actually, my God. Guys, right. Hang on. Hang on.
No.
Um,
I got it. It's fine.
Being oppositional, stubborn, isolated, and put in the box, to my understanding. Is he recreating the trauma, what he's been through, where he's been grabbed by the neck and pinned up against the
I'm not sure where we're supposed to start, but I got law and crime, and um, this has got audio. The other one didn't have audio at all. So let me just try and find the spot. So essentially, the trial's over for today. It's over. I'm with. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Da, 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 da. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Di, 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 di. Di, 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 di. Right, let's start it from here. So essentially, there's another hour and a half until we finish. Um, so I'm not sure we're gonna get Lady Lord, guys. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be close, guys. So let me set this up. There, let me put the logo down here somewhere then. Right, let's go. I'm not sure. Look, they just come back from sidebar, so I'm guessing it's roughly this one, I hope, anyway.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. All right, objection sustained. All right, you can rephrase and move on, Mr. Waheed.
All right. So before we start getting to this, one of the things that you opined earlier was that that Tim Ferriter, his conduct was malicious. Remember that?
I do, yes.
He's not Mekki, he's not. From Iowa.
So my understanding is malicious means wrongful, intentional, without legal justification, something where that a reasonable parent would not have engaged in that conduct towards a child for any valid reason, and that the primary purpose of the act was to cause the victim unjustifiable pain and injury. Is that what you meant by malicious?
I'm going to object as to improper opinion, legal definition.
Overruled. You can answer, sir, if that's what you meant.
That, I wouldn't have probably given that definition verbatim, but that seems to describe it, yes.
Okay.
Mean, cruel, not called for, inappropriate, potentially harmful, or even life-threatening.
And malicious is it in the, is it, well, let me ask you a question. What is the DSM-5?
The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it's the 5th edition. It's been around since, I believe, 1952. It's produced by the American Psychiatric Association, and it attempts to list every mental disorder that can affect human beings. And it's got hundreds of diagnoses in it, and it has descriptions and the criteria you would need to meet each of those diagnoses.
And is malicious a diagnosis in the DSM-5?
No.
No. Okay. So malicious is not a psychiatric diagnosis by you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It's really a lay opinion, correct? Because it's not a psychiatric opinion, which is what you're an expert at, correct?
It's a reflection on personality traits.
But since it's not in the DSM-5, it's fair to say it is not a psychiatric diagnosis, and that is your area of expertise, right?
Well, human behavior would be my area of expertise as well, and personality.
So I don't think you answered my question. So the question is that malicious, not being in the DSM-5, and therefore not being a psychiatric diagnosis, to opine that someone's malicious would not be a psychiatric opinion, correct? It would not require your specialty, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that opinion is you as a layperson. That's your opinion, just as like it would be mine or anyone in the audience.
No, I'm making a clinical assessment of a parent's behavior towards their child. It's a clinical observation based on video evidence, based on other evidence, and based on working with abused children my entire career, as well as abusive parents. And malicious may be an adjective in the DSM, I don't know. We'd have to look in the index. It may be related to certain disorders.
I looked at it. I couldn't find it. But if you find it, please let me know. So,
Sustained. Jury is instructed to disregard counsel's comments about his efforts at finding it in the DSM manual.
let's go back to now the school record. So your opinion was that the parents' conduct was malicious, that there was, in other words, they, and I'm going to have to use some lay terms here, they didn't care at all about this kid, correct? correct? That's what you're saying?
I never said that.
So I need a better understanding of where do you get malicious from?
To my understanding, it's a synonym for cruel or mean.
Okay. So you think they're cruel or mean?
Their behaviors, yes.
Okay. Towards Ronan?
Yes.
Okay. So there's examples at basics where Ronan gets in trouble and school reaches out to the parents and the parents respond essentially saying they will now take care of that with some form of either talking to Ronan or some other form of punishment, correct?
I hope talking to him wouldn't be a form of punishment.
Well, some form of punishment.
Right,
or
they're going to
talking.
respond, yes.
Okay, just so my record's clear on that. I'm not trying to say that they are the same. It's a or. So in other words, I'll say it again so we're clear for the record, is that school would reach out to the parents and say, Ronan did this in school. And here's the harm it created. And then very, very soon thereafter, usually within the same day, the parents would respond apologizing to the school and saying that they will, in some cases, they said they'll speak to Ronan and they'll have a conversation with him, correct?
I believe so.
And in some cases, they said they will take corrective action with him, correct?
Something like that, yes.
Okay.
I put up to 1.25. Sorry, I forgot.
In your opinion, you've done a lot of work with in the area of juvenile crime, in the area of juveniles. Would that be considered an appropriate parenting technique, their response?
It's not really a parenting technique. They're responding and letting the school know we hear what you said and we're going to deal with it. It really doesn't reflect on the quality or acceptability or appropriateness of the parenting technique. I mean, nowhere did they respond and say, okay, we're going to build a cell and isolate him for 2.5 or 3 years.
And in your review of the records, some of those instances that happened at Basics actually hurt other children, correct?
That's not entirely accurate. I don't know of any child that was significantly hurt. There was...
I didn't use the word significantly. I just said hurt other children.
Well, you have to look at each one in context, and there's several of them over the course of, over the course of 4.5 or so years of school records. There were several instances of conflict that got physical, and I think one of the first ones was a boy kicked Ronan in the leg at recess, and then he hit him once back. So it wasn't even Ronan who apparently did the hit first. He got hit, and he was responding defensively.
Sure, mutual combat. Both children got punished, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. There's also a situation, though, where Ronan took his finger and thumb and pushed it up against a boy's neck, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be hurting another child, no?
That boy was, according to the teacher, was not being nice either. So
is that a reason to do that, doctor? Is that a reason to...
Let him finish his answer, counsel, before you cut him off. Finish your answer, sir.
Yeah, it's not, I don't see Ronan as acting in a vacuum. He just goes up and pushes his thumb into some boy's throat. There was an interaction with them. He took a pocket full of Legos to school, and I believe it was the boy snitched on him and said, hey, he's got Legos, and so the teacher took his Legos away, and Ronan was upset, and then they got into this issue. But the other thing that makes me think of is he recreating the trauma, what he's been through, where he's been grabbed by the neck and pinned up against the wall and choked. Is he just reenacting the trauma he's been through?
No.
You also said just now that Ronan's not acting in a vacuum. It's fair to say that the parents are also not acting here in a vacuum, that they're reacting to Ronan?
Overruled. You can answer it if you know.
Help me. What do you mean reacting to Ronan?
Well, Ronan is acting out and seems to be uncontrollable, and they are trying to do what parents are supposed to do, control their child.
We're getting into which comes first, the chicken or the egg. Did their escalating of abuse of Ronan cause his behavior to get worse and worse, and it just became a vicious cycle? And the worse he was mistreated, the worse he behaved? I mean, that's kind of what it looks like to me. because we don't have a whole lot of behavior problems going on before he was, say, 8, and then it seemed to start around that time.
Well,
And they had him
where
up
are
until
you
that
getting
point
that?
for 6, from the pediatric records, really, are the main things, and they never took him to any sort of counseling. There's no school records with complaints of Ronan's behavior before age 8.
So it's fair to say that we are how do I word this? Can I come sidebar, Judge?
You can.
I just think that he's now, the doctor's been difficult now, and I didn't like the fact that he did a bit well. The parents do it. He's mimicking the, like, just answer the question, man. I don't like that. Um, I just think he's just taking it too far. Um, just answer the questions. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't like him. I'm wondering what the jury think of it. He don't impress me much. Wow. Who sings that? It don't impress me much. Is it Shania Twain? But no, it's there we are. Got it, Mackie. I got it. Emma got it. Shania Twain.
The objection is sustained.
Just because you don't have records before the age of 8, that's why you're saying that, correct?
That and the pediatric records don't suggest any problems with his behavior. They refer to normal mood, normal development, reaching his milestones on time.
But you weren't provided any of the school records or any other records before that age, correct?
Just
Correct.
answer the
So,
truth.
From school.
Sure.
Any other records from school.
Or any other therapy or other mental health records or anything like that?
Well, I have a mental status exam, in essence, from when he was 17 months old, when Dr. I think it's Halavy assessed him, I think, in Vietnam, and he was described as smiling, laughing, walking, running, and climbing, and his fine motor skills were good. So he was actually not showing the full effects of being just sort of this non-reactive, non-responding sort of infant that's been completely neglected.
So you have no, other than that, you have no other mental health or therapy or school records before the age of 8?
No.
All right. And that is why you're saying that there weren't any. That's your basis to say why there weren't any incidents before the age of 8?
I didn't see any.
Because you don't have those records, right?
Sustained.
There are,
Unanswered. Sustained. Move on.
No,
so when he goes to
I like this judge, but I didn't like that.
Independence, we see a similar pattern, correct? Where
Ms. Coakley, let him finish his question. Restate your question, Mr. White, so I can capture it.
Sure. We see a similar pattern that we saw at Basics, where there's an incident that happens with Ronan in school. School reaches out to the parent, and the parent says that they will they'll talk to him, they'll do something about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. And there's a point in time where that's like almost every month, right, in 2019.
Approach.
Jesus, no, come on. This is just now. Right, this is getting annoying now with all this. With all Becky agreed. Becky agreed. Unicorn agrees with you absolutely. That's been my main thing. I don't like the fact that he was locked in there. I don't like the fact that there was no toilet,
All right, the objection is sustained. Counsel, rephrase, please.
no lights, no controls. I don't like it.
So I'm going to talk through
So I
the
agree,
year of
but I think
2019. It's
this
two
with
schools.
this is
So he was at
awful.
Immaculate Heart, and then he is
Don't like
at,
him.
for the first part of the year, and then at Basis the next part of the year. So looking at 2019. just in February, March, April, just in those months, there seems to be an incident. There's at least 5 incidents, correct? A very short span of time.
In which month?
Late February of 2019 through early April of 2019.
I tried to list them out. I may have missed some, but I have 12 of them over a period of 4.5 years, 12 teacher communications with the parents about Ronan, the behaviors.
All right. So that's
probably out of 800 school days. I've got roughly 12 complaints.
So the question, though, is within a very short span of time, from February 28th to April 5th.
No worries, man. See you tomorrow, John.
There are 6 incidents where the school has to reach out to the parents in a manner we just talked about, where they are complaining about acting out his behavior, injuring other children during recess, or taking electrical items, calculators, whatever from other kids, and the parents respond to each one of those within a day, saying that they will take some corrective action.
And what period are you saying that starts in? What month and year?
February 28th, 2019.
Okay, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. So it's February 28th, 2019. I have March 8th, 2019, March 16th, March 22, March 27th, April 5th. Correct?
I don't have all those. I'm not sure if they're related or not. I have the the February 28th, 2019 one marked down, where he got into an altercation with another boy, and they were both throwing punches.
So the question I have, first, I can't ask the question until I know. Are you agreeing or disagreeing with the foundation of what I'm saying?
I didn't document all those, so if you want to show them to me, if there's 6 of them there or 5 of them, I don't have those documented. But if they're all about the same incident, that's why I would not have documented all 5 instances, if it's just more about the same incident.
The different incidences. Each is a different incident. I understand your question. So I can show you. Hang on.
Do you need to approach?
I do, Judge. I just get organized first.
Oh my days.
All right, you may approach.
It's about an hour and a half to go, guys. But we're quicking it up. It's about an hour and 20 minutes.
All right, Ms. Coakley, we need to get a microphone in your hand when you make your objections. I got spanked from recording that they couldn't hear you, so I'm putting it on you now. Use the mic.
You got spanked.
I've yet to go to trial yet where I didn't get that call from recording, so.
Thank you.
And when you're walking away, if you're talking to Mr. Waheed, you need to have the mic.
Judge got spanked. I bet he enjoyed it, though. I need proof. I was OCD about everything when we were raising our kids. Now I got. Question is, did you like it, Judge? I bet he did. He did say spanked, yeah. Who doesn't like a good spanking? Do you know what I mean? It's all good.
Mark, do we have a second handheld? Let's put that on the podium for Mr. Waheed.
I was a clean freak when...
Just take it up to him if he's going to be talking.
Just me, so we can wait. Yeah?
Okay. Yes, for the record, just showing the witness to help refresh his recollection.
Thank you.
He doesn't look like the kind of judge that would like any kind of contact.
Oh, this one.
Depends on the lady. And it's ladies' night.
So when you're done looking at the documents that are being used to refresh your recollection, you'll put them down, turn them over, and then you'll be asked if that refreshes your recollection.
Hanky panky, who likes a good spanky? Hanky panky, who likes a good spanky? I mean, this guy needs a spanky to lighten the fuck up. Oh. unmarried expert witness. I'm unmarried though, but I'm not an expert
See if I can
witness.
remember those.
I'll leave there for a minute. Sorry, Judge.
That's all right.
But nosy. Yeah, I have no idea what the song is. I have no idea. I just sing it. No idea.
All right.
It just rhymes. Hanky panky. Who likes a good spanky?
So during the time period of, and I actually forgot a couple. I have it. There's a January and another February here. I think about it.
Oh,
You can
Becky.
approach if you need to show it to him.
I'm single. It's a party night and our oldest granddaughter's driving me crazy. With all the great deco, I figured my great deco is because of you ladies. Well, the cupboard's mine because that was my taste. But no, it's just I got these because of the women in my chat. They wanted flowers, they wanted that. That's my touch, the happy days. But everything else is what the women wanted. Yeah, baby, you got it. That deserves a MILF.
All
Thanks,
right,
Jonathan.
So the question I was asking earlier is, and I had said 5 or 6. I now count, and I've tried to help refresh recollection about 8 incidents from January 29th, 2019, through April 5th of 2019,
Yeah,
where
thanks, guys.
the school reached out to the parents with incidents that had taken place with
All right,
Roman.
so the question is, has his recollection been refreshed? That's the first question we have to get to before we talk about what his refreshed recollection
Agreed.
is.
I'm just giving context.
Yeah, but my concern is in the method of questioning. It's putting, just let's find out if his recollection's been refreshed first.
Has your recollection been refreshed, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So there were
My blue bunches.
incidences on January 29th of 19, February 15th of 19,
Ouch.
February 28th of 19, March 8th of 19, March 16th of 19,
Yeah, I should really, shouldn't I? Put
March 22nd of 19.
We'd spell it different though. CWTSH. But same thing. But Kutch, for anyone who doesn't know, is like a hug, like a snuggle. Do you want a hug? Do you want a Kutch? If you say to a girl, "Do you want a Kutch?" the girl will never turn down a good Kutch. She'll never like turn down a good snuggle.
March 27th of 19, April 5th of 19, at the school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at each time, in each of those incidents, it ranged from some injury to another student to some property damage or theft, correct?
No. One of them is he had, I believe, green sprinkles in his possession. Another one was he took some snacks from another student. Another one was he was found in possession of a Texas Instruments calculator. Another one was he did something to a computer regarding the coding or something. He was trying to get to a game on that computer. And then the one we talked about already, we had a fight with a boy on the playground. I mean, they threw some punches. And then, let's see, another one was he kicked a ball at another student multiple times. And then, so
How was that
I didn't
not
see
work?
where anybody was injured or hurt. I mean, and many of these are regarding items he had in his possession or messing with the computer or having sprinkles.
Sprinkles which he had stolen, right? Those are not his sprinkles, correct?
I'm not sure where he got the sprinkles.
I'm going by the documents you reviewed. And when you're saying not injured, isn't there literally on the February 28th, 2019, where the note says he has
I'm
an
not sure
ongoing, this is an
Unicorn.
ongoing pattern of Ronan injuring children at recess, correct?
If it says that, yes.
You can look at it, it's in front of you.
I'm not sure if Unicorn wants some green sprinkles or if she wants a Kutch. I'm not sure. Yeah, so the cupboard in the stairs is Kutch Dan Star though. You'd have to put the Dan Star on. So Kutch Dan Star is cupboard in the stairs properly. So some weird thoughts. Jonathan, another level, my friend. of intelligence with Necky.
I thought I had them in order. You did say February 19th?
Love a
Said February
coach.
28th.
Happy
28,
days,
2/8.
Unicorn.
Okay.
You deserve a coach, Unicorn.
Yes, it does say that.
And when
He
you're-
is assigned an after-school detention for 1 hour.
I've never seen
And
him
in-
pull in dynamite,
and-
no.
Okay, fair. And you said one of the examples when I said theft, you said, well, he was just found with a Texas Instruments calculator. That was a stolen calculator, correct? The parents are the
It was
ones.
not his. That's correct.
The parents found it and contacted the school to say he's got this
100%.
calculator, it's not his.
Right, I believe that's right.
And the school said, oh, we've been looking for that, it's another student's.
Sustained.
So you'd agree that of the incidents, we have injuring other children, we have theft, correct? We have those two so far.
Yes.
All right. And it's appropriate for parents to react to that in a way to try and curb that type of behavior of their child, correct?
Depends on how they react. But yes, they should deal with it appropriately, yes.
So, and we went through the medical records already, but at this time, he's already been seeing a therapist. He has also seen a psychiatrist, Dr. Rickenbacker, at this point already, and this conduct continues to happen, correct?
Well, you're bringing up a lot of things from 2019, and that's around the time he was put in the box. So how much of this is acting out from being put in the box? It would be my first question, because you do document a blip up, a increase in his behavior issues at school.
Well, I went through I went through all of the records before that as well, and you can keep going through records in 2018. I could do those too, and you have them. And if you want, we can go through 2018.
Sustained.
Well, is it your position that this acting out that I just went through in 2019 did not occur in 2018?
We talked about some of the things that happened before, like the boy who kicked him on the field, and then he punched the boy, and then the Legos incident.
And the finger and thumb incident?
Yes.
Okay. So there were things in 2018 as well?
Yes.
Going from February of 2018 all the way to December of 2018?
Oh my God.
I have October of 18, but maybe there was one in December that I didn't document.
He's good pissed as well.
So on direct, you had talked a bit about the him being in essentially solitary confinement.
Unicorn, funny story. I had Top Chat on for ages as well. And to the point where Emma was like, why are you ignoring me? And I was like, what the fuck? I'm not ignoring her. I went back and I missed loads of chats. I was like, oh my God, mister. So yeah, guys, if you're in chat, make sure you got live chat on so you can see everything, not just the Top Chat stuff.
Correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that he was in that room 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis. Yes?
It's not my position, it's what the records reflect.
Which records?
All of them put together, CPT records, police interviews, collateral interviews, for instance, what Fiona said.
I don't hate you. Why do I hate you, Emma? I don't
testified
hate
on
you.
direct, you reviewed 40 videos, ring videos, correct?
About that, yes.
I don't know,
And that's
Sandra.
out of approximately 21,000 ring
at the
videos,
top.
correct?
I don't know how many there were. I know there was a whole lot of, many videos.
So the 40 that the state selected to give you are the ones you reviewed?
Correct.
And it is your opinion from the review of those 40 videos, is that where you get your 14 to 16 hours on a daily basis that he's in his room? We're talking about January, right? January 22.
Yes.
Okay. That's where you get that information?
I know.
From the Ring videos? I just don't know the basis of
No,
your...
I didn't get it from the Ring videos, no. But the Ring videos corroborate that history,
No.
that he would
Couldn't.
be woken up in the morning, he'd be asked, is it dirty, referring to the plastic bucket. Then I believe he was allowed to go out to the bathroom, then he'd go back in the box, and then the mother would take the children to school, and then she would come back and get him around 9, and then he would go back in the box after school, say, I don't know, 4:30, whatever the math would be.
Are you aware that...
4:30 p.m., of course.
So I'm trying to understand the basis of where you're getting that number, that's all. So I said, is it from the 40 videos? You said it's not just from that, it's from the record. So what are you talking about? Where do you get that from? You said the CPT, that was one thing you said. So who in the CPT said that? CPT record?
Ronan.
Okay. Ronan said he was in there 14 to 16 hours per day?
What I had was a ballpark of when he left the house, when he was let out of the box, and then when he got home from after school, when he was put in the box. And then he was kept in the box, my understanding, almost every night, fed in the box after everybody else had ate, and then he stayed in the box throughout the night until he was let out in the morning. So if you add up the hours, it's probably, I don't know, even if you went 5 o'clock to midnight, that's 7, then midnight to 8 is 8, so that's 15 hours. I'm just ballparking it. I don't have an exact number of hours.
If I were to tell you that if the evidence were to show that it is no more than 10 hours a night, and at most, on occasion, a 3-hour block during a day, would that change your opinion in any way as to whether or not, and I'm not sure what your opinion was here, whether or not it was malicious?
Any amount of solitary confinement for hours to me is unacceptable. There's no justification for it, and it's cruel.
Okay. So it wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
So the lessening of hours wouldn't change your opinion?
No.
Okay. And so if I were to tell you that...
Let him finish the question before you make your objection. Go ahead, Mr. White.
Sure. If I were to tell you that, hypothetically, that he was out with family on various occasions, he participated in community events or any of those types of things, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of those episodes of being out and about. So no, I've already taken those into consideration.
If I were to tell you that he was provided a breakfast every morning from his mother, would that change your opinion in any way?
I'm aware of that already, except there were some mornings he didn't get breakfast, and it's on the Ring video as well, him being handed, say, a banana with some peanut butter on bread.
And the banana with peanut butter on bread is not breakfast in your opinion?
I didn't say that, no.
Okay, so you said he was not given breakfast, he was handed a banana with peanut butter on bread. That's what you just said.
No, I said some days he did not get breakfast.
Okay, and then other days he got, as you said, a banana with peanut butter on bread.
My understanding, most days he was given breakfast.
So, on direct, by the way, you had said that you spoke to the issue of the banana with peanut butter on bread in the context of torture. Is it your opinion that it's torturous to get a banana with peanut butter on bread for breakfast?
No.
Okay, because I'm a big fan of banana and peanut butter mix. So.
I am too.
Okay. And is it your opinion, or would it change your opinion if you saw videos of Ronan eating dinner outside his room during that January of 22 time period?
He said that on 3 instances, he did have dinner with the family outside of the cell in January. So about 1 out of every, whatever it would be, 10 days he ate with the family dinner.
And would it change your opinion if going to the breakfast that he had breakfast outside his room, out in the kitchen?
I don't recall seeing information on how often he was out for breakfast. My impression was from reading all the materials that he didn't go out for breakfast, or very rarely.
Would it change your opinion if there were videos with him sitting on the couch watching TV with his dad?
My opinion about the okayness of solitary confinement? No, but I know that at times he was out of his cell and spent some time in the house with the family.
2 p.m. Oh, no. No. I think 2:45, I think. Because I think they start at 3. So 2:45 a.m. I won't know until at the end. But it'll probably be 2:45. Oh, no, do you know what? 2 o'clock. Let's just do it 2 o'clock. Oh, no, let's do it 2:45. Let's do 2:45, and we'll change it now. 2:45, Emma. Oh, fuck, I can't. I've done all the advertisement. 2 o'clock tomorrow, Emma. In the UK, 2 o'clock.
So fair to say your opinion. So give me your opinion again, in like sum it up, because I'm a little vague on it. What is the opinion you are trying to, as an expert psychiatrist, convey to this jury?
I've given multiple opinions. What opinion would you like to know that I can repeat?
Something that a psychiatrist would opine on.
Thanks,
That the parents' treatment of Ronan was psychologically abusive. It was physical abusive. It was neglectful. It put him at a serious risk of harm and health issues, or even worse. It was cruel. It was malicious. It was dehumanizing. It was degrading. It was very damaging to his identity, his self-esteem, his whole adjustment to life, being put in this kind of a solitary confinement situation.
And knowing what RAD is, and that there are, as we discussed already earlier, that we don't know what Ronan's first 17 months was like before he was adopted, are you taking the opinion that he does or does not suffer from reactive attachment disorder?
I would concur that he had signs of reactive attachment disorder when he was younger. In fact, one of the pieces of that was early on when he was an early toddler. His mother said that he was just really resistant to being cuddled, which is sort of a classic sign of reactive attachment disorder.
And that would be something in line with what would have happened to him in the first 17 months of his life, correct? That would have been that's a very likely cause for that reactive attachment disorder.
Knowing all we do, yes, that would line up.
Okay. And is it your opinion that that Tim Ferriter caused the reactive attachment disorder?
No.
Okay.
Did his behavior exacerbate it and bring signs of it back? I would say yes. But he didn't cause it. It was caused by his first 17 or so months in Vietnam.
You also know, though, from review of all the records we've already talked about here today, that he was given medical advice, and he followed that advice, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh.
Are you aware if Mr. Ferriter was provided any medical advice to deal with the reactive attachment disorder?
What I'm aware of is that Ronan was taken to several counselors when he was younger, and what kind of struck me was he didn't stay with any counselor more than really a few sessions, and then he wouldn't go anymore, and then later he would go to another counselor and see them maybe once or twice or three times, and then it would stop. So I questioned why there was not consistency and follow through with the first or the second or the third counselor to try to treat his problems. I don't know the answer to that.
So I said no.
And if I were to tell you, hypothetically, that that Tim Ferriter was provided medical guidance from all the records we've looked at, and that he attempted to follow that as best he and his family could under the circumstances, would that change your opinion in any way?
It's not the question. That's my point, I think.
Approach.
This is why I hate this. The approach for everything. Right, I got no issues with him answering the questions, right? But if that was not the question, and he just always turns the questions, and then also we have sidebars left, right, and centre. Oh. This is what we don't. I don't know. They're not asking the questions. I don't know, Mackie. I generally don't know. No, so the doctor 100% doesn't know. The doctor on here does not know at all. Because the doctor on the stand, Mackie's never met the victim. He's based it on every other doctor's opinions. So that's why I think he's asking these questions. You don't actually know because he's never met with Ronan. He's never met with the family. He's never met with anybody close to the victim. He's basing everything off
All right, the objection is sustained. You need to rephrase, Mr. Wahid.
other doctor's opinions.
So, Doctor, if
Night, Emma. See you tomorrow.
if
Green
Mr.
hair.
Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it, would that change your opinion?
About his treatment of Ronan in the solitary confinement or the physical abuse?
Harry.
I mean, no, I don't see how it would. I don't think anybody, any professional gave him advice to put your child in solitary confinement or physically abuse the child or withhold meals for punishment or take his one book away as punishment or turn the lights out. No, I don't. It wouldn't.
In terms of if any of the behavior of Tim Ferriter, do you believe it was in response to Ronan? Because we had a conversation earlier about chicken and egg, or you did. So your position is that Mr. Ferriter's the chicken and Ronan's the egg. Based on that question I just asked you, which is if hypothetically Mr. Ferriter was provided medical advice and relied upon it in his journey with Ronan, would that change your opinion as to who's the chicken and who's the egg in this scenario?
The easy answer is no. But I don't know how it would. But as I said earlier, Mr. Ferriter didn't cause the original reactive attachment disorder problem.
Correct. So did Mr. Ferriter? So the short answer you just gave is no, it wouldn't change your opinion. Correct?
Correct.
All right.
Welcome back, Perry. I thought Mackie was hiding you. %. There should never have been a box. Or, if there was a box, there should have been amenities in there, like a toilet, lights, windows, everything like that.
On direct, you talked about the juvenile detention center. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were talking about what the confinement looks like, correct?
Yes.
Mackie, don't be so fucking greedy. Share Perry. We like to have Perry here sometimes.
And you were talking about how it isn't pitch black in there.
Right.
All right. But there is a thing called
I
lights
get you,
out at a
yeah.
juvenile detention center, correct?
I get you, Dunya.
Yes, but there's enough lighting where officers can do their rounds and look in and see all the kids. So it's not pitch black, but the lights are dimmed down, so it's easier for the kids to sleep.
I think though, Mackie, there was no bedrooms there. But yeah, in the same context, I get you. I think we're all on the same patch here. Yeah, the padlock. No one agrees with the padlock. No one agrees with padlock. The room. No, I don't disagree with the room. Just the way it's laid out, with the padlock. No toilet and stuff like that. But like, Nunia's got personal experience in all this as well. So, obviously, uh, there we are. So it's not, it's not clear. I don't know. I don't, it's look. I default to people who got bit more experience, but I don't agree with the box. But I understand the box. I don't agree with the lock, but for safety reasons, I sort of get it, but I don't agree with the bucket. I think there should have been amenities in there. I'm not so bothered about everything else, but yeah. No, Becky, I know. I'm just trying to say different. It's tied in a bit to what Nunez saying. Sorry, you think differently. Uh, Nunya, I get you got the experience as well, so I get it. It's just I think we all think the same things. Just it's different. I know. I know you made it with Nunya. I know you went through it. I do understand. But I think himself would say that the lock was too far because of the whole fire aspect and stuff. Just yeah, I don't know. I don't know. This is really hard. It doesn't sit well with me. Um, Sister who used to get up in the night, sleep with no toilet. It was also Sandra. You've been through it as well. Jesus. Okay. No toilet, but it was for safety. Yeah. I think he was getting fed, I think, but I get what you're saying, Perry. Sorry, Sandra, I didn't understand that you went through that, so sorry to hear that. Um, but as you say, it's done for safety. I know. This is why this is such a complex one. It doesn't. I don't think there's a right or wrong here. Let's move on with it
You
because
wrote an article that I reviewed where you talked about the type of violence that happens at juvenile detention centers, correct?
You mean towards the kids?
Yes, towards the kids or from the kids to each other.
Object as to relevance.
Sustained. Unless you want to approach Mr. Wahid.
no, I got
No.
you, Sandra. I got you. All we know is that everyone's got
Fair
a
to say
little
you've
bit of
written
a
substantially
opinion
on
it. It's just,
juvenile crime, correct?
I think we can all agree that it's
Yes.
not pleasant
Juvenile violence and homicide in particular, yes.
for sure.
And you're familiar with the term school to prison pipeline, correct?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
As far as you know, based on all the records you reviewed, Mr. Ferriter never called the police on his child, did he?
Object as to relevance.
Sustained.
What's wrong with Streamlabs? Hang on. Hang on, I got you.
Let me ask you about what are the options for parents who have a child with reactive attachment disorder in terms of private pay solutions?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Fucking hell.
Go sidebar, Judge, on that.
You can approach.
Lady Loeb, send you another link. That was timed out anyway. So you got another link. Sorry, it was just my sister was always wandering at night, which wasn't safe yet. Yeah, I'm a little bit don't understand why it's been excluded, to be fair. I mean, I think they gave a few examples, Barry,
All right, the objection.
I think in the sense that he was feeding a 4-year-old alcohol, um, and that he did a few things he maybe shouldn't have done, but I don't think it's the extreme of maybe what's been painted.
Is sustained. Next question.
Doctor, now, a couple hours ago, I asked you about the ability to opine on a diagnosis without having evaluated a patient or an individual, and you'd asked me to show you the section. May I approach, Judge?
You can approach Ms. Coakley first. And then you can approach the witness, Mr. Wade.
Yeah. I think the point is
Take the mic with
everyone's
you if you're
got a
going to be
different
speaking.
opinion on this as well. You know, so obviously everyone's got different experiences with this. As
Showing
well,
you
so.
the section 7, and I think I earlier stated it was section 7 sub 3 of the Principles of Medical Ethics with annotations, especially applicable to psychiatrists.
This is called the Goldwater Rule. It had to do with Barry Goldwater when he was running for president, and there was a poll about whether he was fit to be president or not. That's where this came from. And I've been in committees trying to rewrite this because I was on the ethics committee for 18 years. So I'm very familiar with this. And that doesn't exclude us if we're asked for a professional opinion.
What is the rule?
Unless you've been granted proper authorization for such a statement. So being an expert witness for the court would be proper authorization to offer my professional opinions.
If you could just read the whole thing for the jury, just because they don't know what you're looking at.
Okay. On occasion, psychiatrists are asked for an opinion about an individual who is in the light of public attention and who has disclosed information about himself, herself through the media. That is, that person in the light of attention. In such circumstances, a psychiatrist may share with the public his or her expertise about psychiatric issues in general. However, it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion unless he or she has conducted an examination and has been granted proper authorization for such a statement. And it should say there, from that person in light of public attention. So this is really about talking heads getting on TV and talking about somebody and making a psychiatric diagnosis, say some serial killer or some other, typically those sorts of crimes, where the psychiatrist will make opinions without having done an examination.
There's no
without having anything to go on other than what they've learned about from, say, the media. So trying to stop that sort of attention-seeking behavior by people who like to get attention being on one of these talking head shows, to put it bluntly.
There's no exception in the rule, though, written, correct?
Unless you're granted appropriate legal authorization or whatever it is. Yes.
Thank you. No other questions?
All right, Ms. Coakley, how long do you expect on your redirect? Because we've been going over an hour. I want to give the jury. All right, I'm going to give the jury a 10-minute break then before we go to the redirect. It's 4:20. We'll be in recess until 4:30.
Now, I want to talk, keep his child in a room in the dark for hours.
Seated.
Right, okay. I'm not sure what's happening with Lady Law. I think she's here, but I don't know. She just said stupid Streamlabs. I don't know if she's around or not. If she's struggling to sign in or something, I don't know. So don't worry. This is your first time and your last time on here. The chat have spoken. They don't like this. So what a waste of money this was. But get your ass in here for fuck's sakes. I'm waiting on you. You're the first person to try it with it as well. Right, let's do this whilst we wait for Lady Law.
No, that's connected.
All right, Ms. Coakley, you may go ahead and begin.
Yeah.
So just to go back to that Goldwater doctrine, are you allowed to opine on whether or not the President of the United States has a psychological condition based on their interviews on television?
No.
Are you
considered unethical to do that?
Would you be allowed to just watch the TV coverage of this case and come in and do an opinion?
No.
Is it permissible to, as part of a court proceeding, review all the records involved and opine in certain circumstances?
Yes.
Now, there was a lot of questioning on cross-examination about whether or not Tim Ferriter acting on the advice of medical personnel would change your opinion. Was there any indication in the records you reviewed that the defendant in this case was advised to treat his son how he did?
Bye, Becky.
No, there was not.
Was there any indication from any of the people involved that it was appropriate to confine his child for multiple hours a day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional ever told him that he should keep his child in a room in the dark for hours during the day?
No.
Was there any indication that any medical professional said that the child should be deprived of access to a bathroom?
Bye, Becky.
No.
Would that be a medically acceptable treatment for any condition?
No. I
Now-
can't think of one.
What? You can't think of one?
I can't.
Now, I want to talk for a second about some of the specifics that you testified to. There was a little bit of a talk about the oppositional defiant disorder diagnosis by Ms. Martin. Was she a doctor or a clinical licensed social worker?
She's a social worker.
So that wasn't a diagnosis that was done by a doctor.
Correct.
In addition, that was in the year, what year thereabouts was that?
That should have been 2015 when he was, let's see,
was angry.
8.
2015, or would it be 6?
It was 2015.
Leading, sustaining, rephrase.
Well, about how old would he have been?
He was 8.
And in general, did you see, or were you able to tell how often he was, there was any kind of intervention for that, or how often he met that licensed clinical social worker?
Sorry.
Okay.
I was looking.
Was it more than
Okay,
a handful of times?
I'm wrong. It was, yes, okay, I'm with you. We're talking about Kathleen Martin.
Right.
Yes, and that was, I have in my records September to November of 2015 when he would have been 8 in 2nd grade.
So a 3-month period?
If that, I have, I could only find 3 sessions, the intake and then a couple of those, a couple others.
And in reviewing of the records that were made available to you, is she the only practitioner that found that oppositional defiant disorder?
Susan Martin in the same year, a counselor also who saw him, very limited notes from her as well, but she had ODD as a diagnosis or possibility.
And would that not reflect later on? Was that reflected in the findings of the other people he saw, like in 2018 and 2019, which would be like Dr. Reinbacher?
Yeah, he focused more on the ADHD. I believe ODD may have surfaced.
Now, or was he? Take a look. Was he just reactive attachment disorder and ADHD?
Yes.
Now, is there a treatment for oppositional defiant disorder if it in fact is accurate?
Yes.
Does it involve locking a child in a room?
No.
Does it involve isolation or confinement of a child?
No.
Would it be just therapy and medicine?
Yes.
Now, is there any indication that that was pursued for Ronan beyond those 3 appointments that you told us about?
No, and that's what I could never sort of find a reason in these couple therapists he went to as to why it just stopped after 1 or 2 or 3 sessions. There was no sort of explanation. It just stopped.
Now, we also discussed with defense that there was diagnoses at some point in his history for ADHD. Is it's confining a child a treatment for that?
No.
Now, we talked about what Dr. Reichenbacher found between 2000 and the end of 2018 and the beginning of 2019. About how old was Ronan at that point?
He would have been 11 at that time.
And even then, with the reactive attachment disorder and the ADHD, is it a treatment for a reactive attachment disorder to confine a child for long periods of time?
No.
And in Dr. Reinbacher's records, is there a reflection or a consideration about whether or not Ronan is experiencing aggression?
You're saying, does it address that?
Yeah, does it address whether or not that is a symptom he is struggling with?
Well, January, it says, of 2019, it says he's doing better with not getting angry, and he's been apologizing. And then in May, it says he's not having severe aggression, and that he's having adequate behavior at school. And That's in May of 2019.
And is that, based on the records that you reviewed, the last professional intervention with a psychiatrist, psychologist, or a clinical social worker in 2019?
Yes,
And
that's it.
in total, about how many times did he even see Dr. Reichenbach?
A handful of times, 4 or 5, maybe 6, something like that.
Now, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You said four, 5, or 6 times?
4 or 5, maybe 6.
Now, you mentioned that you had some disagreements about, or maybe some questions about the diagnoses that Dr. Reichenberger came to. Is it important for a psychiatrist, when making a differential diagnosis, to know something like the conditions in which the child is living?
It's extremely important, yes. I mean, is the child being abused? Is the child being neglected? Is the child in solitary confinement? And around the end of the time that Dr. Reichenbacher was seeing him, that was occurring, and there's nowhere in the notes he had any idea of that.
Would that be important information that would influence an expert making an opinion about the cause of some type of behavior by a child?
No, absolutely. That would be a huge influence on your assessment of why the child's having problems at school.
I want to talk for a second about some of the school misbehaviors that the defense went into. We talked about behaviors that started occurring in a cluster in February of 2019. Does that coincide with when he starts to be confined in a room in a garage in Arizona?
Yes, it does.
And can that type of treatment impact his behavior?
I believe it would have had a huge impact on his behavior, yes.
Now, when we talk about like the correspondence for these types of behavioral problems, are you also seeing very minor infractions committed behaviorally?
Yes.
Things like bad language?
Yes.
Stealing a piece of candy?
Yes.
Now, are those, even with the acts of a mutual combat with another child, getting into a fight with another child, are those the level of behavioral issues that you would expect with a child that has a severe conduct or attachment disorder?
He doesn't have a conduct disorder per se. I mean, that's a diagnosis. I would say he has conduct disorder.
Okay.
I don't think you mean that.
What do you think I mean? What I mean? Tell
You
me.
mean a behavioral?
Yes,
a behavioral?
it's someone who has a behavioral problem that is clinically severe. Would you expect to see a higher level of behavioral problems in their life?
Well, yeah, you would. Even with a child with reactive attachment disorder, they're going to, or symptoms of it, they're going to have some delay and maybe not. They're not going to be so great at their psychosocial skills, their social skills, so they can get into more likely to get into conflicts or be teased by other kids.
As far as like the level of adverse behaviors that Ronan has experienced is indicating, would you consider these to be severe behaviors that, based on the records from the school?
No, not at all. But one of the most telling things is he never even got suspended. So often, in my own practice, for instance, I'll see kids that age, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15. If they get into a fight, they get suspended. It's sort of like the intent of the child and how severe is it. And so he's never once been suspended, which really tells you that nothing really rose to a particularly severe level of aggression.
That fist fight that we read that email about, did both children get punished?
They did, yes.
Now, did you see in the review of the records, was there any indication that at any point Ronan had an IEP or any kind of individual educational plan to address behavioral issues at the school?
No, I didn't see that, no.
Was there an indication that the school was told that he didn't have behavioral issues in some cases?
That he did or didn't?
Did not.
Yes, there were.
Tell us about that.
Well, there's some notes from the school that say that in general Ronan's been doing fine this year and there hasn't been any problems. And then the other thing is when I had mentioned how many days of school he's been in the 5 years after being put in the box, we're really talking about hundreds and hundreds of days at school, and yet we only have these isolated handful of events, whatever it is, 10 or 15, based on the email. So really you're talking about a boy who's getting in trouble not very frequently at all when you look at 180 school days a year.
Now, when we're talking about the communication that the defendants had with the child's school indicating that they were notified of the punishment and they were going to address it, is there any indication that the defendants notified the school that the way that they were going to address it was to confine the child in a room in their garage?
No.
Did they ever inform the school of the living situation of which they were subjecting the child to?
No.
Now, you also talked briefly about a report by another licensed clinical social worker, Kenny Miller. In reviewing his report, was there a bias in his report that you perceived?
I need you to approach.
Oh my days. and down, up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Ba 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 ra 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 ra. Dun, 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 dun. This is a bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. What's wrong? What did I say? He won't let you win. Ah? Yes. Webcam source, that. Well, that makes no zero sense. I got it all set up for you.
Objection sustained. Rephrase the question, Ms. Coakley.
The report of the social worker Kenny Miller, did you take into consideration the timing of when it was issued?
Yes, I did.
When was it issued?
After the predators were arrested.
And was it based in large part on their representations to Mr. Miller?
It was, yes.
And so did that have an impact on how much you weighed his...
So I put Lady Law on top of me because she likes to be on top, dominating me. Right, you're muted. Say something. No. Hang on. Properties. Right, hang on. I might have to say something now.
Hi.
No. Unless I need to save it. I think it's my end, not your end, though. You heard. You guys heard it. How did you hear it, Unicorn? Oh, hang on then.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Hang on. We'll just wait for it to come back. Let's wait. Right, hang on. I'll show her on stream again, guys. Right, you can speak. Speak, you speak.
So stupid.
She's all fucking speaking. Right, hang on.
I did. I spoke.
Lady Law. Can you guys hear her? Can you guys hear her? I think they can hear you.
This is a struggle stream.
I can't hear you, but they can. What the fuck? Hang on. Let me put Lady Law to the side there. It must be something on
Streamlabs
my
is
setting
stupid.
then. Why can't I hear you? Struggle stream. Obviously, everybody fucking hear you except for me. I can't hear you. Shit. Bear with us for a second. I think I just
He
need
should have
something on my
tested
end.
this.
I got a webcam. Collab cam is up.
This is so dumb.
It's working.
Go to audio, Dylan. Audio. We're going to do a sign language stream.
I just don't know what I've done. I can't hear you.
It's a sign.
Bear with me, because no, audio. Oh, go to audio. Right, you guys tell me. Right, how do I go to audio though? That's a good question. Right,
It's so
hang on.
dumb.
If I go to the club cam audio
Go to porn cam
properties,
audio.
I'm at the club cam. Right, hang on. Right, is she saying anything now? No. I'll just try and send. Hang on. Monteroni mute output. Try that then. I can see a fucking. I can see a thing going up and down. What the Why can't I? Am I plugged in? Yes. Headphones. Oh, now you can't hear her.
Oh, that's
Now you
strategic.
should be able to hear her again. This. Right, yeah, I've changed the thing there. That's fine.
This is stupid.
Open source again.
I can't see chat or anything in this. This is dumb.
Use there. Settings. Webcam source, fine. Microphone source, fine. Share video source. No, don't need that. Ah. But you guys can hear her. If you guys can hear her, it's fine. What I can do is I can get my phone out. She says she can't see chat.
I
Oh
can't.
fuck, that's not a bad thing though, is it?
So
You know, I'm
stupid.
quite happy she can't see chat. Because
I like the
you guys
chat.
simping all over her.
I like the
Dirty
chat.
bastards.
You're
Right,
a
hang
dirty
on.
bastard.
Oh, I can hear it on my phone. Now you're a dirty bastard. Right, we'll play it. I can hear it from this phone. So it might be delayed.
Oh my God.
We can see her too.
This is so dumb.
Right.
Dylan.
I can hear her. Is
It's
that
so
right? Can
stupid.
everyone? I don't need. Yeah?
So stupid.
Why? What's wrong?
So dumb. Mulvaney. Jonathan, yes. It's on a delay.
I don't get it.
This is dumb.
It's on a delay.
Oh.
Yes, it is on a delay.
I'm glad I got on stream looking like a hobo for you like this.
Right. Right. Anyway, let's play it.
Oh my God.
You don't look at you look beautiful. Shut up. You look beautiful.
Okay.
Right.
It did, yes.
don't
'Cause I
get
didn't see
it.
that he had any exposure or access to all the other information in this case that would have,
still trying
I
to
think,
fix it,
improved
though.
his ability to understand what exactly was going on with Ronan and the parenting.
Now, lastly, the defense asked you about your ability as a psychiatrist to opine that something
isn't
is
working.
malicious. Is it in your realm of expertise to make a clinical assessment of parents' behaviors, especially in the cases of abuse?
Oh, yes. I mean, commonly.
Is that something that psychiatrists, medical doctors like yourself, especially forensic psychiatrists, commonly do?
Yes.
And based on all your training and experience and also the active literature, are you able to, as a psychiatrist, to opine that this conduct was malicious and harmful?
Yes, and those, physical abuse or
Dylan, I
psychological
legit cannot
abuse,
hear it.
emotional abuse, neglect, those are actually diagnostic categories in the DSM.
But
So we need to put those in the record when we believe that they're occurring, so we have an accurate representation
hear it.
in the medical record of what we have opined about the patient.
You believe that was occurring?
Right, so Lady Law. What the
Let me
fuck?
let
Right.
let me pop
Hang
out
on.
and I'll pop back in.
Right, hang on. I got it. Hang on. Where the fuck's she gone now? Okay. Oh, she's popping out and popping back in. Fine. Right, I think I know what to do here. Bear with me, guys. I think. Oh no, wrong one. Jesus, what am I doing here? Hang on, Lady Law. If she's here, hang on, Lady Law. I'll come and rescue you now. Where's it gone? Hang on, Lady Law. If she's here, hang on, Lady Law. Come and rescue you now. Um, hang on. I think I got a fix for it. Okay. Hang on. I think I got a fix for it. Right. So what I need to do now is go onto YouTube. I fixed it. Hang on. Content. 2 seconds, guys. And I got it. Details. No, wrong one. Here. Details. Customization. Add redirect. There. Save. Right, guys. What's going to happen for the last half an hour is I'm going to kick you all over. I'm going to close this down and you will be kicked over, right, to another stream. Hang on, let me get the link for it before I go over. View on YouTube. So this is a link. If you don't come over, this, oh Jesus, this is a link, all right? And for those on replay, I'll try and put a link in. So right, I'm gonna close this down, guys, and we'll go straight over to the other one. Lady Law, I'll send you a link now, and that's the only best way I can do. Yeah, restart with StreamYard, yes. So that's a link, guys, and hopefully when I close down, you'll get kicked over straight away.